Hello everyone, Omerko here, self-taught web developer. As you can see, this is a long tutorial, and the reason for that, well, we are building a real-life project. Through this tutorial, we will build COVID-19 tracker application. While building this application, we will actually work with almost every feature that Angular has to offer. So, by the end of this tutorial, you will have your own application built and deployed to Firebase hosting. Now, this whole tutorial is actually a 3-part course that I have already on Udemy. So, if you wish to check those courses, you will have a link down in the description. Also, in the description of this course, you will find all of the resources and useful links that could be very helpful to you. And as I mentioned, you will find those links to the 3-part course that I have on Udemy. So be sure to check that out because those courses are also free. Now, one thing more before we dive deep into this project. As I already mentioned, this tutorial is actually already built tutorial that I have on Udemy. So all videos are actually bundled together. Also, between those videos, there will be a smooth transition so you could know what are you working on currently. And for easier navigation through this full video, check the chapters of the video because those could be useful as well. Now, I would like to welcome you to this tutorial and I can't wait to build this project together with you. Be sure also to subscribe to my YouTube channel so we could build large projects like this in the future as well. Before we install Angular, let's first see what it is as a technology. Angular is a JavaScript framework and it is one of the most popular frameworks out there. With Angular we can develop applications across all platforms like web, mobile and even desktop. The team behind Angular is Google itself and they like to brag about the speed and performance of Angular. Even if it's a JavaScript framework, it doesn't use JavaScript at all. Angular uses TypeScript and it compiles its code later to a JavaScript. That way, Angular is able to have more strict types and make sure that code is properly developed and tested. Next to that, Angular offers quite nice tooling and it is also loved by millions across the globe. If you would visit Angular official website, well, there you will find the whole documentation for this technology. Documentation includes all features that Angular has to offer and also a tutorial application called Tour of Heroes. To install Angular, we will first have to install Angular CLI. You can find a page for Angular CLI just by simply searching for it on your preferred browser. One thing to notice here, to install Angular you will need a tool called npm. So to get this tool, go to the Node.js official website and download this recommended version of Node. Once you install a node, the installation will also automatically install npm. Now we can go back to installing Angular and Angular CLI. To install Angular CLI in your terminal, make sure to run the command of npm install, then use a -g for a flag of global because you need to install Angular CLI globally on your machine, and then use @angular/CLI. This command will automatically install the latest versions of Angular and Angular CLI. Once the installation is installed, we can first of all test it. To do that, I will use ng and version. If the Angular CLI is properly installed, you will be able to use this ng command. And you can see here that it is properly installed with a version of 13.1.2. Now also we can create the application that we will build through this course. First of all, I will clear my terminal so you could see it better, and here now to generate the Angular application we will use command of ng new and then we will specify the name for our application. My application will be called COVID Tracker App. Hit enter here. This command will automatically generate the whole Angular application for us, but before that it will also ask us a couple of questions. First of all, it will ask us do we wish to use Angular routing. Go yes for this as we will use Angular routes in this application. The next question is related to style sheet format that we wish to use. We have options to use CSS, SCSS, Sass or less. I will go with simple CSS here. Once the application is generated, I will first of all clear the terminal. Here we can first of all route ourselves into the application. To do that, use cd, then name of your application, which is COVID tracker app. Now that I'm in my application, I can simply run it. To run Angular application, we will need to use command of ng serve, because this way we will serve our Angular application on a local host. Next to this serve, I will also use -o, which stands for open. Hit enter here, and this command will also automatically open my local host of 4200 for my Angular application. Once the local server is up, we will see this default application from Angular. So congratulations, you just created your own Angular application. In the next video, we will also go a bit through this Angular application, through the setup and the code of it. You will also see how Angular works and how the application is set up as well. First thing first, let's learn more about the Angular and this default application that we just created. The application itself was generated by Angular CLI. The team behind Angular also uses this default application as a preview and also to show you more things that Angular can do. For example, we can see some of the features from Angular directly here, like we can maybe generate new components or maybe see the whole documentation of it. We also have access here to Angular blog, which is the community part of Angular, and also we can see the other technologies that could be integrated in Angular, like Angular material. Also, we can see how can we build the Angular application for production. For us, this default application is not, at all important, because we will soon remove it fully. So talking about that, let's jump into our code. In my Visual Studio Code now, I can see my application. Visual Studio Code is just the code editor that I prefer, but you can use the one that you prefer. In the folder structure of this Angular application, we can first of all see this angular.json file. This file will hold all of our setup and options for Angular application, but we will come back to this file in the next video. As I already mentioned, Angular uses a TypeScript, so here we also have tsconfig.json file, which is file for configuring the TypeScript for our Angular application. Next to these files, we will also have package.json, packagelock.json, and also node modules folder, which are all important for our, third-party packages that we can use. As we can use third-party packages directly in Angular applications, we will do that in this video as well. We will install packages like Bootstrap for our styles, ChartJS and HighCharts for our charts to present the data. Main files for our application are nested in this src folder, which is source folder. Here we have our files for our app, our assets, and different environments and setups that we can use. In this app folder, we can see all of the main files for our Angular application. For example, if I would open up this app.component.html file, I will see all of this code which is currently presented on my screen. So for example, if I would grab entire code here and remove it, and I would use h1 element with hello world, now I can save this file. Upon visiting my local host, I will see, I don't have that default application from Angular anymore, but I have this hello world text at the top left corner. By that, we can confirm that app.component.html file is a main markup file for our application. If we would now open this app.module.ts file, here we will see this app component being imported, and also it is passed here in this declarations array. You see, this app.module.ts file is main file for our application. So for us here, as developers, this is quite important because all of the components, services, features, different modules will at the end need to be imported in this file. Only then Angular will be able to compile those from TypeScript into JavaScript. Talking about that, we have this main.ts file down below. If I would open up that file, here you will see this setup for the Angular application. What we can see here is that app module, our app.module.ts file is imported here, and it will be used as a Bootstrap module for our application. This means whatever is in this module, at the end will be passed as a Bootstrap module for our Angular application. So it will be compiled and also served in our browser. When I say browser, I do also think our server when we deploy our Angular application. Now that we learned more about this Angular application, let's install the technology that we will highly use through this project. When I say technology, I mean Bootstrap. So when we use Bootstrap, we don't need to mess much with markup and stylization for our application, as that is obviously not the main goal of this course. The main goal is to create the COVID-19 tracker application. So let's go into the next video and install it. As we saw how Angular application works, well, we can immediately start working on it. Usually when I start my code, I like to have everything set up already. This means that we will now install Bootstrap framework and also Font Awesome library. We will install Bootstrap to handle our stylization, so we don't bother much with it. And also we will install Font Awesome library for simple icons, well, to represent our data a bit better. To install Bootstrap and Font Awesome, we will need to go into our terminal and use npm tool once again. npm stands for Node Package Manager, and with it we can install many different modules and their versions. Well, those modules are third-party packages. So here in my terminal right now, I will use command of npm install --save to be sure that these modules, these third-party packages are properly saved in my application, and then I will pass the names for my modules like Bootstrap and also Font-Awesome. Hit enter now. This command will install these two modules for us and save them into our project. To double check now if those were properly installed, we can go into package.json file. In this file, you should have the imports for Bootstrap with its own version, which is version 5, and Font Awesome as well. So even if we installed these modules, our application is still not using those. To use these modules, we will need to open this angular.json file, and I already mentioned that we will come back to this file. We use this angular.json to pass specific settings for our Angular application. So here we will specify these modules that we just installed. For example, down here I have an array for styles and array for scripts. So here I could import the CSS and JavaScript files from my modules. First of all, let's import Bootstrap. To do that, before my main styles.css file, I will use double quotes here to pass the import here. As Bootstrap is installed through npm, we know by that the module itself will be inside of this node modules folder. So to import it, I can simply use node modules /bootstrap/dist for distribution /css and then /bootstrap.min.css. This way we are importing Bootstrap CSS file, well, its minified version. Next to Bootstrap, we can also import the CSS for our Font Awesome. So once again down below, I will use double quotes, and inside now I will pass node modules /Font Awesome /CSS /Font Awesome.min.css. And the one last thing, well, Bootstrap also next to CSS file has its own JavaScript file that we should import. JavaScript file won't be passed into this styles array, but into this scripts array. So here I will import now node modules /bootstrap/dist /js for JavaScript and /bootstrap.min.js. Also, usually Bootstrap will use a jQuery, well, with it. But as we are using the Bootstrap 5 version, well, in Bootstrap 5, jQuery doesn't need to be used. We can simply use just CSS and JavaScript files from Bootstrap. Now, to test if we imported and installed these packages properly, I will open my source folder, then app folder, and again open my app.component.html file. I already have this h1 element, so just below I will create the I element for icon, and here I will use a class of Font Awesome and then Font Awesome Facebook. So we should see this hello world nicely styled by Bootstrap and also the Facebook icon from Font Awesome. One last thing before we do that, make sure to run ng serve to run your project where your application on localhost 4200. So now in my localhost, if I zoom in a bit, you will see this hello world a bit styled. Well, that is because of the Bootstrap, and also Facebook icon from Font Awesome, which means that both packages were properly installed. As you see now, we started really slowly here, as I truly wish you to understand, well, what we are doing here. So in the next video we will use few features from Angular like module and components. You will see how can you create your own specific module, also create a shared module for your Angular application, and next to that generate components with Angular CLI that we will use. Those components will also be shared components, so we will be able to use it through different pages, well, our routes in application, and we will use those to lay out our application. So let's start working on that. As you already know, we will now generate few shared components and also share the module to use those. First of all, let me clarify to you what will be those shared components. For example, if you would have your own navigation bar in your application and you need to show that navigation bar on multiple pages, as you usually do, then that component, that navigation bar it's supposed to be a shared component. So we will create few of those like our navbar and also sidebar that we will have for our application. Next to that, we will also create a module, which will be a shared module to use those components. First of all, before those components, I will generate my own shared module. And to do that, I will once again use a tool, well, Angular CLI. One of the commands that we can use with this Angular CLI, which is this ng, is to generate. You can also use generate as a word here, or you can just use a simply G as a letter. After that, we can specify which feature from Angular do we wish to generate. For a component, we will use C. For a service, we will use S. And for a module, we will use M. And the last parameter here should be the name of our module. As I wish to create a shared module, I will pass a shared name here. Now, if you would go to your own code editor, in your source folder, app folder, you should have this shared folder. Shared folder should hold this shared.module.ts file, which is quite similar to our own app.module.ts file that we have. The difference here is that this app module is our main module of our application, while this shared module, well, is used to present one feature of our application, well, the shared part of our application. Also, just by generating this module, application itself won't know much about this module. So we need also to pass it somewhere to use it properly. As you already know, our app.module.ts file is a file that will hold all of our files from application. That means that in our imports array, we can simply pass our shared module, and it should be also imported here at the top from its own folder. By this now, our application will definitely know about this module and all of the components, services and other features that this module also have. Which means that by the end of it, our app module will pass all of that to our main TypeScript file, which will compile our code into the Angular application. Now, as I mentioned, next to our module, we should also generate our shared components. And again, we will use Angular CLI for that. So here, I will use command of ng, G for generate, C for component, and I will generate my component in shared /components/sidebar. This means that component will be generated in shared folder, then into components folder, and the component will be named sidebar. Hit enter here. Once the component is generated, well, Angular CLI will generate HTML, CSS, TypeScript file for us, and also the test file specific to that component, and it should also update the corresponding module. As you can see, it did updated this shared module that we have, which means that it did import this sidebar component into the module so we could use it. Next to this sidebar, I will also generate the component with the name Topbar. Once both of our components are generated, I will go into shared folder, and in it I should have this folder of components, and inside we do have sidebar component and topbar component, and both of those will have HTML files, CSS files, TypeScript file and test file on its own. And also in our shared module TS file, we should have imports in this declaration array for both of those components, which means that now these components, well, those belong to this particular module and those can be used in this module. Now, as I wish to use both of my components, my sidebar and my topbar components, well, as my shared components, let's open up their own TypeScript file. In this file, we will have this selector. So we can use this selector as an HTML element to present this component somewhere. For example, if I would open up my main app.component.html file and remove the content from it, here I will use app, then topbar, and below I will use app-sidebar. So now we should be able to use these components, but there is an error here. The error itself, if we would hover over it, we can see that app-sidebar is not known as an Angular component to this part of this module, right, to this particular module. Well, sidebar and topbar, both components are belonging to this shared module that we have. But in our app module, where we are planning to use it, in our main module, well, even though we imported the shared module, that won't just import all of the components from it. Why? Well, because we are just importing those components here and we are not exporting those. To export those after imports array, you can use exports and set up the array here. And what I wish to export is my sidebar component and also topbar component, which means if I would go now in my app.component.html file, I won't have those errors at all. So jumping really quickly into my browser, I will see this topbar works and sidebar works text. The text itself is coming from markup files from both of those components. That text was auto-generated by Angular CLI, so we could present something and test if those components are working, which those obviously do. I will add also one last thing before I close this video, and that last thing will be the container from Bootstrap. So here I will create the div, and I will use a class of container fluid, and here I will also use h1 as a text as a hello world, and that's it. So now next to our topbar and sidebar, we should have this hello world text. And the next steps here would be, well, to create the content for our topbar component and sidebar component as well, and also to style those so we could see something on our screen for this COVID application. Now that we can finally work on some content for our application, let's first of all work with the sidebar. Let's create the markup for our sidebar. Sidebar itself will obviously be on a side of our application, and it should have the logo for the application and also links to other pages. To create the content for my sidebar, I will need to open up my sidebar component, and I will open up the markup file, well, HTML file for it. So here, first of all, I will create the nav element, and this nav element can also hold the class of sidebar, so we could specifically later target it and style it. My sidebar will have two parts. Well, one part will present the logo, and the other part will present the navigation, those links. So here I will create a div. This div will hold the class of logo, and down below I will create another div with the class of navigation. Now, first of all, related to my logo, here I already prepared assets folder with img folder inside, and I also do have this logo PNG image here. You don't need to bother much with logo itself because this is not the main part of the application. So here I will just use a simple logo. For that I will also use an anchor tag so we could click on that logo, and now I can create the image. This image will lead me to the path of the logo, so I will need to go backwards again, and then in assets folder, img folder, and logo png. The alt name here will just say logo, and that's pretty much it. Now, related to my navigation here, well, I will create the unordered list for my links that I wish to have, well, for the navigation. So here this unordered list can hold the class of list unstyled, which is the class from Bootstrap. Well, that class will just remove that default styling of a list itself, so the list won't hold that weird bullet points. And I will create the list item here. One list item will present one link for my page. Here, for my list item, I will pass the anchor tag. Anchor tag can just lead me for now to a hash. We will change this later when we integrate the Angular routing. and this one will lead me to summary page. Now I will copy this 2 more times, because next to summary page that I will have for my COVID application, I wish to also have a page which will say by country to present the data specific to one country, and the last one will be live, which will present that world map with live data. Now that we created our markup for our sidebar, on our local host we can confirm that we do have our image, our summary, by country and live links as well. This obviously for now looks weird because it is not styled at all, there is no any CSS code. So let's move into the next video to style the sidebar. Now let's immediately jump into styling the sidebar. To style the sidebar, next to our HTML file of it, we also need to use the CSS file. First of all, I will target the sidebar by its own class, and here I will set the width of my sidebar to be 250 pixels. I will also position the sidebar to be fixed, and I will move it to the left side. So for that I will need to use left of 0. I also wish that my sidebar is spread from top to bottom, so I will use top 0, bottom 0 as well. And the last things for my sidebar, I will use background color of it to be the white one, which is FFF, and I will use box shadow here, which will be, well, 1 pixel, 5 pixel, 10 pixel, and the color of it will be D1, 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 which is a bit grayish color. The one last thing to set up here is the Z index, and I will set this to 1. So why we will use this Z or Z index? Well, because we will also have the top bar under our sidebar. If I would use the top bar over my sidebar, it will be just weird, specifically because we have this box shadow on our sidebar. So what I will do is just put the sidebar over my top bar in these 250 pixels from the left side. So it will look that our top bar and sidebar are wrapping our main content in the middle, which you will see in next few videos. Now next to sidebar we also do have our logo, so target the sidebar again and then logo section itself, not the image inside. I will use text align center, so I could move that image to a center of the sidebar, and I will use a margin here. Let's use 20 pixels top, 0 pixels left and right, and 40 pixels for a bottom side. Now inside of our logo we have the image, so here again target your sidebar, then a logo section, and then img, well, image element inside. The width of the image, as you know, the image is currently quite big. I will just set this to be 50%, so a half of it. Well, not the half of the image, but half of the sidebar. And now we can focus on our navigation, which is our links. So here use again sidebar, but now you target your navigation, which is a section. Inside we have unordered list and list items. For my list items, I will put first of all margin to be 10 pixels top and bottom, 0 pixels left and right. On each of those list items I will also put padding to be 5 pixels top and bottom, 15 pixels left and right. I will also put cursor to be pointer, so whenever we hover over those list items it will look like we are hovering over the link itself. And the last thing, I will use a transition here because I will have some hover animation on these list items. The transition will say all is 0.4 seconds. Talking about that hover animation, I will grab entire line here with the sidebar, navigation, unordered list and list item, and down below I will use it again, but now with hover pseudo class. I will use it once again with active and also with focus pseudo classes as well. So what I wish to do on these states of our list items? Well, I will change the background color of my list items. The background color will be set to 333, 333. And the last thing, as you know, our list items also do have these anchor tags, so let's target those as well. Again, use the list item and anchor tag inside now. For my anchor tag, first of all, I will use text decoration and set that to none to remove that weird underline that links by default have. Also, I will set the color of my links to be 333, 333, which is also the hover color for my list items, so that animation will look nice. And why do I think that? Because we will also on a hover change the anchor tags to have a white color. So you will see that the list item will change from the light to dark and the text itself will change from dark to light, which will look nice. Font size of my list, of my anchor tags will be 20 pixels, and also transition here, because we will use those hover, active and focus states, transition will say all is 0.4 seconds. And once again, grab these and let's use now hover pseudo class, then active pseudo class, and last one is focus. Here, what I can do is just set the color to be FFF. But before we check our browser, I made a mistake here. I used my hover, active and focus pseudo classes on my links. I don't wish to do that. I wish to use all of those on my list items. So here hover, then for this one active, and for this one here focus, because when I hover over the list items, I wish to style my anchor tags as well. And that should be enough. Now in my browser we do have indeed this sidebar with this nice box shadow. We do also have our logo itself, looks nice, and we have our summary by country and live links. If I will hover over those are also styled, so that looks quite nice. The one thing that you can notice here, we don't see the top bar content and also that hello world text that we have. That is because our sidebar is currently positioned as a fixed element, and also we have that z-index of 1, which means that it will, in a stack size it will come up first. So basically the top bar and the hello world are behind our sidebar. But don't worry, we will fix that soon. So by that, in the next video we will create the markup for our top bar, our navbar, and we will use a Bootstrap 5 to do that. Yes, we do have now our sidebar, but I also mentioned that we will create the top bar for our application. Top bar itself will be quite easy. We will use a Bootstrap with its own classes to create that top bar, navbar, and it will only hold one button, which is kinda sign up button. We won't do authentication for this project at all, but we need something for that navbar, and I will put that sign up button there, as usually the sign up button would be at that navbar or a top bar, call it as you wish. In my app.component.html file, I already have this top bar linked here. So simply we can open up the shared folder, components, and find that top bar and open up the HTML file of it. So we can just start coding here. We will only have the markup for this top bar because Bootstrap will take care of, styling itself. So here I will create the nav, and this nav could hold classes from Bootstrap like navbar to create that navbar, then navbar light to specify the light text for our navbar, and also BG light, which stands for background light, and it will use that kind of white or grayish color as a background for our navbar. Inside of my navbar I will create a div with the class of container fluid, which is the class from Bootstrap, and here, as I mentioned, I will just have one button. This button will have different classes like btn to specify the button, then btn success to specify the specific color for a button, which is a green color, and also ms auto, which stands for margin start auto, so my button will be aligned to a right side of this navbar. For this button I will also specify the type. I will just set it to be a button, as usual that we do for buttons, and the text for a button will be login or sign in, sign up, whatever you wish. Visit your local host 4200 now, and you should have this grayish background which presents that navbar. On the right side we have this login button, and we can see that it is obviously behind our sidebar, which is good. So now that we have our sidebar and also our top bar, we can work on our routes. You see that we have our summary by country and live links here. Each of those links should lead us to different routes and also should lead us to different pages. So from the next video we will start working on our routes. We will create those routes, we will link those routes by these links here in our sidebar, and also we will render dynamic content for those specific routes. Let's do that now. First of all, we will create some kind of pages for our routes, which means that we will once again use this Angular CLI tool to generate the specific modules and also our components. Obviously, our pages can be just components, but we will take a step further and also create modules for each of those pages. I will show you how can you create feature modules, similarly like we have our shared module, but now each of our modules will be one of our pages. That way we will also integrate lazy loading of routes in Angular applications. So you will also see how can you set up that, as that will quite help you with the speed and also optimization of your pages. To generate those modules, we have three different pages here, like summary, by country and live, which means that we should go into our terminal, generate modules for each of those three and also components for each of those three. In my terminal here, I will first use command of ng, g for generate, m for module, and here I will generate summary module for my summary page, but also I will pass this flag of -- routing. With this flag of routing, it will also generate the specific module for our routes, and those routes are specific to this summary module. Hit enter here, and once this is finished, we will generate our component. You can see here that it generated two modules now. One module is summary.module.ts file, and other one is summary-routing.module.ts file. So we have two of those specific for our routes and also our module for our summary. For our summary, we will also generate one component. So here I will generate, I will use command of ng, g for generate, c for component, and I will generate my component in summary/components/summary page. And this will be our component for our summary page. After my summary page, I will work on my country, by country module and by country page. First of all, I will use command of clear to clear my terminal, so you could see it a bit clearer. And here I will use command of ng, g for generate, m for module, and I will name my module country. Here also I will pass -- routing once again. Once this is finished, I will use command of ng, g for generate, c for component, and now I will generate component in country/components/country page. And that's it for our country. And the last one is a live module and live page. Let's clear terminal once again and use command of ng, g, m, which is generate module, and I will generate module called live with -- routing flag once again. And the page for this will be, I will use command of ng, g, c, which is generate component, and I will generate my component in live/components/live page. Hit enter, and that's pretty much it. So now if you would visit your Visual Studio Code, open up your source, then app, inside next to this shared module, you should have modules for your country, live, and summary. All of those will have their own components and also specific module and a routing module as well. Currently, our app does have these modules and also these components, but it doesn't know much about these modules. You see, everything that should be at the end compiled into our JavaScript application should be in this app.module.ts file. So we have different options here. We could import our modules that we just generated into our shared module, and as we are already importing the module, shared module here, our application will know about those. But I will take a different route here. Because I need to set up lazy loading for my routes and my pages, I will directly import my modules here in my app.module.ts file. So after this shared module, I will import my summary module, which is already auto imported here at the top. Then after summary module, I will import my country module and also my live module. One thing to mention here, all of our modules have their own routing modules as well, but we don't need to import routing modules here. Why? If I would open, for example, this live.module.ts file, you can already see that the live routing module is imported here. So, as we are importing our live module in our app.module.ts file, it will already come with that routing module itself. And I would like to close this video with one more thing. I will close all of my files, open up my app.component.html. Here we do have our Topbar and Sidebar, and we have our container. This container is currently behind our Sidebar, because the Sidebar is fixed and it is also, over our content. What I will do is I will open up my app.component.css file, target my container fluid with its own class, so container fluid here, And what we can do, I mistyped a bit, sorry. What we can do here is just put the margin on the left side for my container to be 260 pixel and width of my container to be auto, because width of this container is already predefined by Bootstrap, so I wish to change that a bit. Now if I would visit my localhost 4200, well, my content is here, my container is here with hello world text, it is not behind this sidebar, which is good. So whatever we put in this container will start from this point here. So we prepared a bit of groundwork here. We have our modules and also our components for our pages, and we styled a bit our layout. So what is the next step here? Well, next few steps for us is to create our routes for our application and also to route ourselves by clicking on these buttons to those specific routes. So let's do that now. Routes and routing in web application will usually present a big role for that application. And as we are using Angular as a technology here, Angular has its own module that we can use for our routes. So in this video we will utilize on that module. We will use it to create our own routes, and not just that, we won't create just simple routes. We will set up our lazy loading for our routes, which is much more optimized, and it will make our application work a bit smarter and faster. To create routes, we will need to do that for our summary, live, and country modules. First of all, let's start with summary module and open up summary routing module. Here already we can see this const that is declared. Well, it was by default with that tool that we used, which is Angular CLI. Here we have our routes already in use that are coming from @Angular/router. I already mentioned that Angular has its own router and router module. What you can see here is this router module will be used for child routes, which presents that all routes in this module for our summary page and all of the child pages, if we would have any, will serve us as a child routes for our application, so those will be kind of lazy loaded. To create routes here, go into this array, and here we can create as many routes as we wish. To create a route, use an object, and the route itself should hold a path, which presents the path to a route. So for example, here, if I wish this route to go to a summary page, I can use summary text, which means that I will be able to visit my localhost 4200/summary and see this particular route. But as we plan to use a lazy loading here, well, here we won't pass any text for our path, because the path and the correct text for it will be passed in our global routes. Well, our main routes for our application. But next to this path, our application should also know when we visit this specific route, which component do we wish to render. For me, here you must pass component, and for me here, I will pass my summary page component, which is already imported here automatically at the top, and you already know that we generated this summary page component with Angular CLI, and this is pretty much it for our summary routing module. Now let's go into country module, open up the routing module for it, and create route for that here. My path here will be again empty, because the path will be handled in a different place, you will see that soon. And component here that I wish to render for this route will be country page component. That's it. And the last one is our live module. So open up live routing module, and here pass another array, well, another route into this array. Path once again will be just the empty string, but component here will be live page component, and that's pretty much it. We already have our child route set up. So where should we put our main routes? So I will close all of my modules here, and I will open up my app-routing-module. Here, well, that module, but here we do have our routes again, and here we will create our main routes for our application. So I could put the object here, and my path for this object now won't be empty, but it will be summary. So when we visit this route, we will load our specific component, but now we won't use a component here, we will use a property called load children, because we need to load a children route here, which already has that component that we wish to load, well, that we wish to render. This load children is, well, a method that we can use, and this method can do something for us. In our use case here, we can import a specific module that we wish to use. So here I will use import and then pass a path to that module. So the path itself is .summary/summary.module. We need to use the main module, not routing module here. Once we import that, this will return a promise to us. So here we can use then method, and on this then we will get back our module. Well, our module itself. So you can use a module here or just pass an M, which is a usual thing in Angular. And once we have our module, we wish to use our M, well, our module with its own name, which is summary module. So let me clarify this here for you. Well, when we visit our summary page, so localhost 4200/summary, then we will go into our summary module and load everything from that module. So if I would go into this summary module, here I already have summary routing module here presented, well imported, which means that with it I will also load all of the routes. And by default, as this path is set to an empty, it will load summary page component, and that's pretty much it. So here we don't really wish to load specific component, but we wish to load the entire module, and that is how we are importing, well, using lazy loading, because we are loading the entire module itself. So all of the pages, images, data, and everything else will be loaded when we visit that page, not when we visit just our localhost 4200. Can you believe that? Like, let's say that you have 10 different modules, and if you are not using lazy loading, well, your application needs to load 10 different modules when you just visit it, which is obviously not optimized, I would say. But when we are using this lazy loading to load a module and its own routes when we visit that specific route, then our application needs only to load the main module, and when we visit the specific route, it will load the route, well, the module for that route. So it is much more optimized. But now this is just the summary page. Let's copy this 2 more times, 1, 2, for our country page and also our live page. Obviously here we won't import the summary module, but we will import .country/country.module, and here we now cannot use summary module, we must use country module. And same goes for our live, so here ./live/live module, and here now use live module. Now just to quickly test this, and we will continue, here if I would use localhost/summary, well, I am going to that route, but there is no different content here, obviously. I will show you how can you do that soon. Obviously here, if I would go into my console, there is no errors. If I visit my live page, /live, again, no errors. If I visit my home page, whoop, there is an error. Our application doesn't know about home page, doesn't know about our home module, because we don't have one. So we are able only to route ourselves to those modules and to those routes that we have, which is good. Obviously, one more thing here. What when we visit just localhost 4200? There is no route for that. We have just summary, country, and live routes. Well, truly, I don't wish to have that route at all. So what will I do here is I will create the redirection link here. To create the redirection route, we will still work with the main routes here, but I will put that route as a first route here at the top. The path for my redirection will be just empty, so when I visit my localhost 4200, and here I'm able to pass a property called redirect to. What I wish to do here is to redirect myself to my summary page. So here I will need to use summary in my string. And one more thing that we need to pass here is path match, and I will set full here as a path match, which means that once my path is matched, well, once I visit my localhost 4200, then this redirection will work. To quickly check that, you can already see here that I'm already on my localhost 4200. If I remove this /summary and just use localhost, again, it will go to /summary because it will automatically now redirect me to my summary page, because my summary page is my main page of my application. But still, there is one thing missing here. That thing is, well, our dynamic content. We are always seeing this hello world here. I wish to show the content from my summary page when I visit my summary route. I wish to show the content from my country page when I visit country route, and same goes for the live route. To do that is quite easy. We can just visit our app.component HTML file, and as we have our main container fluid here with this hello world, well, we can remove this hello world and we will use element called the router outlet. This element here will tell Angular application that all of the routes that we wish to visit and their own pages should be rendered in this container fluid. Well, wherever we are using this router outlet. So to test that, you can now see that I am on my localhost 4200/summary and I can see summary page works, which is that default text that was generated with the component. But for example, if I move this summary to live page, now I will see live page works. So it is dynamic content. And let's test also a country page as well. Country, here it is again, country page works. And that should be pretty much enough for this video. I think that this was also a longer video a bit. But obviously there is an issue here currently because we are always routing ourselves through this URL, which is not user friendly. So what we will do in the next video, we will make sure that by clicking on this summary, by country and live, we will route ourselves to those routes. So let's do that. And as you know now, we will add the option for us to route ourselves through different pages by clicking on these links on a sidebar. By now you already saw how can you create routes and specify some of the feature routes as well. But as we plan to use a routing in our shared component, which is a sidebar component, well, that sidebar component belongs to this shared module. And in Angular, if you plan to use a routing, there is a specific module that you need to import. So, as we plan to use a routing in our sidebar that belongs to our shared module, in this module, in my imports array, I will import now router module, because Angular has option for that. This router module must be imported from @angular/router, and also this will give us option to, well, route ourselves through different pages. Now that we have our module imported, we can go into our sidebar.component.html file, and we have already this list with different links, which are, well, they are currently using this href attribute. To route yourself through different pages in Angular, you won't use this href because there is a specific attribute that we can use from Angular. So just select all of these hrefs, so select it like this and remove those. What we will do now, we will use something called a router link. So we won't use those hrefs, but router link. So for this summary, I will go to my list item because I wish to route myself when I click on the whole list item, not just on this anchor tag. And here now I can use a router link. I can also bind this router link. And here I could pass my route. For my summary, I do have a route of summary. So here I will use single quotes and just type inside summary. For the rest of the pages, I will repeat the same to my list item. Instead of summary here, I will use country. And for the live, instead of summary again, use live. Also, we do have this logo here, and when we click on this logo, it should lead us to our first page, which is summary page. So copy this router link with summary route, and paste it up in this anchor tag as well. So when we click on logo, we could go back to our summary page as well. Now, if you open up your browser to test this, here we can see that we are currently on a summary page, and we can see summary page works text. So if I click on by country here, we can see different text, which is country page works, and we can see that the route is changed now to /country. Also, if I click on live, and also if I click on my logo, it will move me back to summary. So now we do have clickable links, and we are also sure that our routes are currently working. But for me as a user, there is no indicator currently that I am on any specific page. Well, the only thing that I can see is this /summary, and most of the users won't pay attention to those links. So what we can do here is present these links as active links as well. So if I am currently on a summary page, my summary link here should look like this hover effect. So we could know that we are currently on a summary page. If I change my page to live, then my link should look as a hover effect again. So we could know that we are currently on a live page. To do that, we can specify a class in CSS. So open up your sidebar.component.css file, and that class will be styled a bit differently, well, differently from our current anchor tag. That way, when one of our links is active, we can pass that class to that link, and you will see how to do that in Angular soon. First of all, let's focus on that class. I will target here my sidebar, so that sidebar again, and then my navigation as an unordered list that I have. I mistyped a bit here. So after my navigation, what I will do is I will target my unordered list and list item, but this time I will target my list items that are holding active class. Currently, none of those are holding this class. For my active class, what I wish to do is to set my background color to be 333, which is currently hover effect for our list items, and I will copy this same a part of code, paste it down below, and now when our list item is also holding an active class, I will target my anchor tag inside and I will change the color of it. Color will be set to white, which is FFF, and that's it. And the last thing that we should do here is pass this active class to our active links. So go back to your HTML file, and next to these router links, we can pass attribute called router link active. To this router link active, we can simply just pass our CSS class, which in our example is active. So I will copy this router link active with active class and paste it for my by country and the live as well. Now checking my browser, we can already see a difference. I am currently on my live page. I have this live page works as a text. I can see that my URL is localhost 4200/live, and next to that I can see this active class on my live link. So this is the indicator for users that the user is currently on live page. If I change this to summary, we can see that that active class is also active for summary now. If I change it to country, well, it will do the same. So that active class with that router link active property will be only passed to the link that is currently active, well, to the route that is currently active. And that is pretty much it about routing in Angular. Well, in our application and our example here, we don't need to do anything special. This is pretty much it about it. So from now on, we will focus on our API and be sure to get the correct data, well, COVID-19 data from that API. So let's start working on that. There are many different APIs that we can use here to create a COVID tracker application. Some of those APIs are free, but some of those are also paid ones. Obviously, for this course here, I will use a free API so we can all work together here. API is called Coronavirus COVID-19 API, and you can find it on Postman. So what we can see here on this page, first of all, on the left side we do have this sidebar with all of these different requests that we can send. Also at the bottom of this sidebar we can see some premium requests. Those ones are not free, but we will focus on the ones that are free for us. For example, this by country data or live data that we need, and even summary data that we need as well. So let's see how this data will look. I will click on this summary request and it will immediately move this page to the summary request. Here I will see the URL that I should ping to get this data, and down below I have some specifics like headers that I need to send, which this is by default sent, and also the basic authentication, which is not important here. On the right side of this request we can see the data and how the data will look. If I click view more button here, it will open up this data, well, in a bigger picture, and we can see all of this data here. Scroll to the top of this data and there you will see this global object that is important to us. This global object will hold the latest data for COVID-19. So we can see the new deaths that happened, we can see the total number of deaths, we can see total confirmed cases that happened, and we can also see totally recovered cases as well. After this global, we can see, well, data for specific countries. So if you keep scrolling down, each of these objects presents one country, like Angola, for example. We can see the date of this data, which was the starting date of COVID in this country, well, of coronavirus, and we can see how many cases happened that day. For example, there were 10 cases, 2 of those are totally recovered, and also there is 2 deaths as well. So we will work with this data here and we will present that data in our application. Also, if you are familiar with Postman and you also have it installed on your machine, you can click on this Run in Postman button, and you can also run all of these requests in Postman directly, so you could test those as well. Also, if you visit COVID-19api.com website, this is the official website of the API that we just looked upon. So here you can subscribe to that API. You can also see how many requests happened by now, and also different projects that supported this API as well. If you keep scrolling down, you can get more information about the API and also what you can do with it and the pricing of the API as well. But as I already mentioned, we will work with the free version of this API, which is good enough for our example here, for our own COVID tracker. And now that you get a grasp of this API a bit, pause this course for at least 5 to 10 minutes. Take those few minutes and just go a bit through this API so you could maybe properly understand it and also realize the scope of work that we will do here. This is important because in the next video we will make sure to get our summary data from this API. So let's do that now. To get summary data now, there is few things that we should do here. For example, we will need to import a specific module, which is a HTTP client module, and we will also need to use HTTP client from Angular. That module will help us to send requests to this API so we could get data back. Next to that module, we will generate a specific service in Angular, because mostly in Angular, when you need to hold data in some place, you will hold it or get it in your service. As a service is injectable as a feature, we can hold our data there and share that data through different components, other services, directives, and so on. Once we have that set up, we will be able to get summary data from Coronavirus API. First thing that I will do here is generate my service that I will use. To do that, go into your terminal, and once again we will use Angular CLI tool here. So now I will generate this service with command of ng, g for generate, s for service, and I will generate my service in shared folder that I have, because this service will be shared through different components, and in this folder of shared I will create another folder of services, because there will be multiple services, not just one. Now the last thing that I will pass is the name of my service, which will be data. So we are generating here a data service because this data service will hold our data. With this command, Angular CLI generated for us this data.service.ts file and also test file for this service as well. I already mentioned at the beginning of this video that next to our service we will import a module that we need to use. So go into your app.module.ts file, because that is a center place of our application. And in imports array after this live module, we can now import HTTP client module. This module is rarely imported by default, so just copy this from here, and at the top you can import this HTTP client module from @angular/common and /HTTP. Also, what I will do is bring this HTTP client module to a top a bit, so down below I could hold only my modules that I have. But what is important about this HTTP client module? Because we will use HTTP, well, we will send HTTP requests in Angular, we can import a specific module because Angular has this module to help us to do that. Now that we have this module imported in our app.module.ts file, we can open up our service, which is in shared folder, then services, and this data.service.ts file. As we plan to use that HTTP module, we can import directly this HTTP here in this service. So in my constructor here, I will create private property of HTTP and I will set the type of it to be HTTP client. This way we successfully imported this HTTP client into this service. So we can now use this HTTP to send requests. Now that we have this module imported and also obviously our service, the last thing that is left here to do is to get our summary data. So here, down below after my constructor, I will create the method called getSummaryData, and this method here can return something to us. So why return? Well, we will need to return the data that we will get here, because we plan to share that data through different components. So how could we get this data? Well, first of all, let's use our HTTP. So here, use this.http, and on it, use that. You will have all of these different methods. For us, we can use this get method because we wish to dispatch get request here. So this get method will accept some kind of URL. Jumping quickly into coronavirus COVID-19 API, go to your summary request here. Well, the URL that we need to send here is this https api.covid19api.com/summary. So make sure to copy the entire URL here. Once you copy the URL, in our get method we can use a single quotes and pass that URL directly here. Now that should be enough to get our data from the API, but it didn't change anything in our application yet. Well, currently we cannot see that data anywhere, not on our application, not in our console. But at least we prepared that request and also that data for now. So let's in the next video make sure to share that data from our service to our component, well, to our summary component that we have, so we could render that data here on our summary page. So let's do that now. Now, in this video we should pass our data from our service to our component. We have different options that we can use to pass data to our components. And by the end of this course you will get to know all of those options. But in this video we will focus on passing data from our service to our component, which means that by the end of this video our data from our COVID-19 API should be inside of our component and be ready to use. Before we do any code, let me explain to you how services work in Angular. You see, every service in Angular has this decorator of injectable. This injectable will give option to services to be injected into other features from Angular, like other components, guards, well, more services, and so on. But in overall, service itself is just the class that we can use. So as we know that we can inject this service into our component and that we need to share the data, well, let's just start working on it. As our API will get summary data back to us, I will go to my summary folder and into components and open up this summary page TypeScript file. In this file right now, I will import my data service that I have, and I will do that in my constructor. So to import it here, we must first create the property for it. So we can set this property to be a private property, which is often done in Angular, or a public property. For this example, I will use a private property and I will name this property data service, and we need to pass the type of it, and the type will be data service that we have. You can also see that automatically data service is imported here at the top from its own, well, service file. Now at this point, we have access to all of the data service properties and also methods, which means that we can use this getSummaryData method in our summary page component. So to use that method, I will write my code in my ng-on-init. This ng-on-init is a lifecycle hook from Angular, and it will run every time we load our page, well, every time we go to our summary page. And to be honest, whenever I come to this summary page, I should be able to get the data and present that data on a screen. So here what I will do now is I will use this .data service, which is the property that we created, which is our data service, and on it now we have this get summary data, which is the method that we have indeed, right? We can see that this here will return something, well, to us, and it will return from our HTTP module that we have. So you see this HTTP client will always return to us observable, which means that we can here subscribe to our get summary data. So that subscribe, and this subscribe will give some kind of data back to us. So data, and I will set the type of this data to be any, which is probably not smart, but we cannot really know which data will hold that API. It can often change, and also it can be updated by a team itself. But once we get that data back, we can, for example, console.log summary data, and let's pass that data to double check what we are getting here. Now, if I would visit my local host and if I would open up my console, on the right side, we can already see our data available to us, which means that we successfully passed our data from our service to our component, and we can see the data for all of the countries and the global data, which is that summary data that we really need. Now, back to my code here, there is one last thing that I wish to do. Well, I will create the property of COVID data. I will set the type of it to be any, and even we can set this data to be equal to an empty object for now, because it is an empty object, we still don't have the data. And down below where we are subscribing to our get summary data, here we will use this .covid data to be equal to our data, which means that now this COVID data will hold all of our data, and we can check that just by logging that down below. So still in my browser, I have this summary data, and indeed I was able to save my data in one of my properties. So now that we have our summary data, we can do something with this data. And for me, for example, what I wish to do is to create 3 simple cards here at the top, and inside of those cards I will present the exact numbers from this global object here. Those exact numbers will be these total confirmed cases, total deaths, and total recovered cases as well. One thing that you can see here is this 0 for the recovered cases, and this is not the problem on our side, this is the API issue, and as we don't have the control over it, we will just need to wait for the team to fix this issue. But this here won't block us from working with this API, so we can just continue. And now, as you know that I wish to present this global data here, well, let's go into the next video and create some markup for our cards which will hold our data. Plan for this video is to create 3 simple cards. We will create those and style those a bit as well. And later also we will use those cards to present our data inside of those cards. First of all, I want to just create that markup directly in my summary page that I have. For these cards, I will create the separate component, and I will use that component inside of my summary page, so we can also separate our code a bit, which is much more organized, and it is easier to debug, set up everything, and also deliver the code later. To generate this component, I will use command of ng, then g for generate, C for component, and I will generate this component in my summary module, so summary here, slash, and now here I will use components, and as you know we already have that component here of summary page, but next to that summary page I will create summary cards, and this component will be called summary cards. Now going into my Visual Studio Code, I can go into my summary module, then components, and here inside I do have this summary page, which I will open up the HTML file for it, and I also do have this summary cards component itself that we just created. What I wish to do is to present these summary cards inside of my summary page, and that is easy to do. I will remove this summary page works, and instead here I will use app summary cards component. Now if you would visit your local host 4200/summary, you should have this summary cards works here as a text. Now back to my code, I will open up the summary cards HTML file, as I need to create some markup here. Here I will use a Bootstrap to set up the layout for my cards. So to do that, I will create the div with the class of row, And also inside I will create 3 different columns because I will have 3 different cards. So here, first column will hold a class of call MD4, which stands for column on medium sizes will take 4 grid spaces, and I will copy these 2 more times, which will add up to 12 in overall spaces. Next to this row here class, I will also add MT3, which stands for margin top 3, to just have a bit of spacing at the top. Now inside each of my columns here, I will create the separate card. So here I will create a div, and there is a class of card that we can use from Bootstrap. Now inside of this card, I will create another div with the class of card body. There is also a header and footer, but we don't really need that for this example. So we will just use card and the card body, and this card body will hold that elements that we will need. For example, one of those elements will be our icon, which will be, for example, class of font awesome, and font awesome check square icon. And next to this icon, I will pass text info here to color my icon a bit differently. Just below my icon, I will create h5 element, which will say confirmed, which stands for confirmed cases. So that is why we will use this check icon. And also to this h5 element, I will pass a class of card title, which presents the title for our card. And last thing after my h5, I will create the paragraph, which will present the number of confirmed cases. For example, 300,000. And that's okay, let's also put a comma here, that's it. Let's now just grab this card and copy these 2 more times in each of our columns. And for the second one, instead of confirmed cases, I will have deaths, which will present total number of deaths. And instead of this check icon, I will use FA times icon, which is kind of the X icon. The number can be, for example, 10,000. Obviously, these are just dummy numbers. We will work and use the right numbers from the API, in the next video. And for my last card, will be, the text itself will be recovered. And instead of check icon again, I will use the icon of FA heart, which will obviously present the heart on this card. And the number here can be 100,000, and that's it. And also one last thing, I just see that I didn't change these text colors. Let's say that for recovered we will have text of success, and also for deaths, text of danger. To test this very quickly, we can already see how this will look like when we are finished. We have our icons, our titles, and also the numbers. Let's now go back into our code to style these 3 cards a bit. To style my summary cards, I will open up their own CSS file, and here I will target my row and each card that I have in my row. First of all, for all of my cards, I will put text align to be center, and border will be 0 to remove the border from the cards. And we will, instead of border, use a box shadow, because we are already using that box shadow on our sidebar. It will look nicer. Box shadow can be 1 pixel, 5 pixel, 10 pixel, and the color for the border can be D1, D1, D1. I obviously misspelled a bit, but that is not a problem. Right after my cards, I will target my row again, then each card and icon inside. For my icons, I wish to make those a bit larger, which will set the font size to 30 pixel. And also let's style our titles. Make those a bit larger as well. So target here that row, then each card and h5 elements inside, and I will set font size for my titles to be 18 pixel, and that's it. So we can see that our cards are ready now, and those even look decent. Obviously, feel free to style these as you wish, but also you can follow up with me and use this simple Bootstrap styling. So as I mentioned, these numbers are currently hard-coded, not right numbers. And we already know that if I visit my console, inside of my console, I do have that object with the global object on it with these total numbers here, like total confirmed cases, total deaths, and total recovered cases. So now the idea is to pass this data from our summary page inside our summary cards, which is the child component of our summary page. So this is another way to share your data in Angular. So let's do that in the next video and also render our data inside of these cards as well. So, as I mentioned, next to a service, we can share our data in Angular in many different ways. So in this video, I will show you how can you share your data from a parent to a child component. In this example here, our summary cards component is a child component of this summary page, which means that this summary page is a parent component here. And as I wish to share data from my parent to a child, that means that I wish to input my data inside of this summary cards component. And to do that, I will first of all open up my summary cards TypeScript file. In this file, I can use a decorator called input. And also be sure to invoke this decorator here. You can also see that this input must be imported here at the top from @angular/core. There is an error here because we also didn't pass a property to this input, and I will name this input COVID data and I will set the type of it to be any here. Now go back to your summary page component HTML file, and as we use the input, we are able to bind that input directly here in this parent component. So here use this property binding and bind that COVID data that we have inside our summary page. And what I will bind here, well, this will be the COVID data from my summary page. I know that I said that a bit wrong, but this COVID data comes from my summary cards component because this is an input. And to that, I'm binding the COVID data that I have inside of my summary page component, and which is this data here, essentially the data that we are getting from our API. So as we are passing that data, we will be able to get that data here. Well, currently we are already getting that data here, but we are not using it. For example, even here, if I would console.log my COVID data here and check my browser, in my browser, you can see that this summary cards has an empty value for COVID data because my summary data comes a bit later from the API and it tries to share it when the data is empty. We can even double check that. Instead of just console logging my COVID data here, I can set the timeout here, and I will set this timeout, for example, to 3 seconds. So here, let's use 3000 milliseconds, and inside I will log my data, which means that after 3 seconds, we should see our log. So now what I can do is refresh my page, and here we have this summary data from summary page. After 3 seconds, we will get summary cards log here, which will obviously have that data, which means that our data just comes a bit later than our shared data. And to be honest, there is a nice workaround this. We don't need to use this set timeout because this is just not so good for performance of our application. So I will remove these 3 lines of code here. There is one lifecycle hook that we can use next to this ng-on-init. Well, there are many of those, but here next to on-init, I will implement the lifecycle hook called on-changes, and that on-changes must be imported here at the top from @angular/core as well. And if you wish to implement any of the lifecycle hooks, in export class here, you can see these implements and you can just pass your lifecycle hooks that you wish to implement. Once you implement your class, you will also need to create the specific method for it, which is called ng-on-changes. In this example, it already created this whole method for me, but I will remove these changes because we won't track those. We know that we will have some changes here based on our data. So for example, here I can simply console.log my COVID data and just go back to my browser to double check. In my browser, if I would refresh my page, well, there are 3 logs now. First log is from summary cards, and we can see that obviously that is an empty object because we set it as that. But then we are getting our data from our API in summary page. And this here presents a change which is directly connected to our summary cards component, which means that that ng-on-changes lifecycle hook will run also, and this time we do have our data directly in our summary cards. So now we can simply use that data. But before I do that, let me, after my input field, create summary data property, which will be the type of any, and I will set it equal just to an empty object. And why? Well, here in ng changes, I will set this summary data to be equal to my COVID data that I'm getting from my page, and on this COVID data I know that I will have that global object. So instead of having access to the entire data, I will just store this global object inside of my summary data. It is much easier way to access the total data, total properties that we have. So now we can open up our summary cards HTML file, and instead of all of these numbers, for example these confirmed cases, here I will property bind my summary data. I will check if I have those data. If that is correct, then I will use total confirmed property here. And let me copy this property binding. So here it won't be total confirmed, but total that's. And below, for the recovered, it will be total recovered. And let's check our browser now. And voila, we do have our confirmed number, our deaths number, and our recovered number, which is obviously 0. I already mentioned that this is not our mistake, so we won't even focus on it. But you know what could be cool here? Instead of just presenting the numbers like this, we can also transform these numbers to look as a proper numbers. And there is a nice hack to do that in Angular. In Angular, we do have an option to create our own pipes, which will give us option to transform data from one way to another way. But in Angular, we also do have access to default pipes that Angular stores. So here, to use a pipe on our total confirmed property, we can use this pipe sign and just pass the name of a pipe. The name here will be number. There are other pipes like date pipe, and there is quite a bit of pipes, but here I will use a number. So let's just copy this number with the pipe sign and pass that to our total deaths and total recovered. This here should transform our, well, that list of numbers to a proper number, so the user can read the number. Before I check my browser, I will just open my TypeScript file just to check if I do have some logs. I don't have here, but let's check summary page. Yeah, I do have here. Let me remove this log from here, because there is no need to keep the logs, and we can go back into our browser. In my browser right now, the number is still the same, but now it looks a bit transformed. I can zoom in this a bit, so you can see it better. We can see these commas after each of our numbers. For example, there was 309 millions of confirmed cases for COVID-19, which is huge. So by now we worked quite a bit with Angular. You saw quite a bit of features that Angular holds. From a routing module, HTTP module, obviously we worked with pipes, we shared our services, we worked a bit with data. Everything is quite cool for now. But what now? What could be our next step for this COVID tracker application? Well, I had a bit of an idea. You see here that we have these confirmed, deaths and recovered cases. Let's below here also render the tables of top 5 countries, which means that below our confirmed cases we will render a list or a table which will hold top 5 countries that had the most number of confirmed cases. Then the same thing for our deaths and the same thing for our recovered, which I don't think it will work because the recovered is just the 0. So to do that could be quite easy. We already have our data here. We just need to create a new markup for those lists and also to pass that data again from our parent to our child component, and also render that data in that child component. So maybe you won't even need me here. If you wish, you can just pause a bit this course and try to do this on your own. And also don't worry if you don't succeed, because in the next video we will start working with that together. So, did you try to do this on your own? Don't worry if you didn't. You are here to learn and I am here to teach you. As I mentioned, we will do this now together and we will present top countries for each of our segment here. First of all, let's take care of the markup for our top countries. That part should not be hard at all because there won't be even any CSS. which means that we will work only with our HTML and Bootstrap. Before we start, we should first generate our component for, well, those top countries. And that way we will keep our code fully organized. To do that, I will use command of ng, g for generate, c for component, and I will generate my component in my summary module / components folder, and then my name of the component will be top countries. And that's it. Once our component is generated, we can go into our summary module, components folder, and then we will have these top countries. Let's go into this summary page, and inside of this HTML, just after our summary cards component that we have here, I will render here app top countries, which should present the, well, component that we just generated. From here, we can go into our top countries and open up the HTML file, and here we can just create our markup. First thing that I will do here is create the div, and this div will hold a class of row, which is Bootstrap class to create the row, and also mt5, which stands for margin top 5, just to have some spacing between our top countries and our summary cards. Now, usually in a row, well, in Bootstrap we have also different columns. So here I will create one div, which will indicate that it should hold, for example, 4 columns on medium and larger screen devices. So I need to pass a class for that of col, which stands for columns, then md for medium, and 4 for number of columns. Inside of my first column here, I will create the h4 element to create this heading, and the heading will say confirmed cases. So this here, after our title, will, well, should present just confirmed cases for us. Well, top countries by those confirmed cases. After this headline, we can create the unordered list and pass a class to it, which can be a list group, to present this list kind of as a table. This is obviously another Bootstrap class, and as usual in our unordered lists we could have list items, and I will create one, but to this list item I will pass multiple classes. First class, it will be list group item, so it can get this specific styling for a list group. Then I will pass a few more classes like dflex to display this list item as a flex. Then I will pass justify content between and also align items center. This way we will make sure that our, well, content inside of this list item is in center and has enough space between, well, themselves. Now inside of this list item, the reason why I used this class of justify content between is because I need, well, I will have 2 elements here and I wish to have a, well, a spacing between those 2 elements. My first element will be the div, and let's also add some classes to this div as well. For example, I can add a class of ms2, which presents margin on a start, well, on a left side should be 2, so we could have some spacing there, and also me can be auto, which means that this element will be fully moved from a right side to a left side. And inside of this div, the element that I wish to add is a div, another div, with a class of fw bold, which stands for font weight bold, and this font, well, it will present the name of a country. So here I could say, for example, Australia. Then this here presents one element, and I already told you that I wish to have another element, which can be just a span element, because I wish to have that badge which will present the number of confirmed cases. So this span can hold the classes of badge to look as a badge, then bg warning to add that kind of yellow color to this badge, background color will be yellow, and also rounded pill to make it look a bit rounded. It is just nicer for the UI. And just to pass some number here, I will pass a number like this. It is just hard-coded for now, but we will change it later. Now what I can do here is grab this list item and copy it 4 more times. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's change just the titles for, well, countries here. For example, this one here can be Brazil. Then we will have, let's say, Norway. then we can have USA, and also I will pass here Serbia, as that is my country. Just to quickly jump into my local host to present you, well, how this looks for now. You can see that after our confirmed card here, we have these confirmed cases with this list table, list group. Inside, we have, names of countries and also the number of confirmed cases for each of that country. Obviously, this here should present top 5 countries for confirmed, cases. Now that you saw how to create this list, let's just copy and paste the same list and a bit, change it for our deaths and also recovered cases. So back in my top countries.component.html file, I will grab this column here, the entire, and just copy it down below. Now what I can do, I will copy it once again, so because we need to use it for not just for confirmed cases, but for deaths and recovered. And now let's find the second one. This is the first one, so this is the confirmed cases, which is good. Now let's update this second column. For second one, my title here won't be confirmed cases, but deaths, and everything else can be the same. We can even keep the same names for countries, and also this data, it is now okay just to have hard-coded numbers. One thing that I will change is just the background for my pill here. Because these are deaths, I will use BG of danger here, which is a red color. So let me copy this and change this for each of these span items that are belonging to this deaths section. And now let's change this third column as well. This here presents recovered cases, so recovered. And also what I can change is just this background from warning to success. Let's copy it and paste it for all of our span elements in this column as well. And we can just go into our browser to check this as well. So as you already get by now, this should present 3 very similar list groups. Each of those are for confirmed cases, deaths and recovered cases. We have a list of, countries and also their own numbers for that specific segment. So now as we already work with our data, we can just pass that data into this component and obviously just show it here in our screen. Once again, I don't know if you tried this on your own. Did you try to pass the data to this component and also show the data in these list groups? Again, don't worry if you didn't, because we will do that now together. So my plan here is to use the pretty much similar, the same example from my own summary cards that we already used. If you open up that TypeScript, we use this input decorator to input the data from our parent to our child component. This means that now I can open up my top countries, open up the TypeScript file, and here create that decorator again. So input, invoke it. Again, it must be imported here from @angular/core. I will name it COVID data, and I will just set the type of it to be any, because we cannot, we don't know a real type of this data, because through time it can change. Now I can open up my summary page, open up the HTML file, and the same way that I pass my data to my summary cards, I can just copy it and paste it for my top countries component as well. This means that our top countries component already has this data, but now we just need a way to read that data. So here, next to my onInit lifecycle hook, I can implement onChanges, which will run every time that something change related to this component. This means that also we need to use the ng onChanges method. Obviously it integrated this dummy code. We don't need these changes in a method itself. But here inside what we can do is read our data. So very quickly now to jump into my local host. You can see here that we have confirmed cases, deaths and recovered. Currently in this API that we are using, there is no way to sort our data by the number of confirmed deaths and also recovered cases. So what I will do here, I will get all of my data into my component, which we are just doing right now, and also split that data into 3 different arrays. Which means that I will have one array of my data of my 5 countries for confirmed cases, one array for my deaths, and also one array for recovered cases. That means that we will also get all of the data and sort the data manually on our own side. So let's see how can we do that as well. So we will do that on our ng changes because that will run every time that something happens related to this component, but let's prepare our arrays here at the top. After my COVID data, I will create the array of top confirmed cases. This here will be the array of any types, and it will just initially be set to an empty array. I will copy this 2 more times and just change the number. Change the name for these names of our arrays. So here it will be for top confirmed deaths and also for top confirmed recovered. So now we do have 3 different arrays. Let's first get our data for our top confirmed cases. So here in my ng changes, I will use this dot top confirmed cases and I will set that to equal, and here I will use now this dot COVID data because this is our COVID data that we are getting from the API and sharing into this component, and on it we know that already we will have countries as an object. Well, not as an object, but as an array. So these countries now can be sorted. So here now what I can do is check if these countries exist, and if that is the case, I will use a method of sort. This sort method, for example, will accept 2 different countries. It will be A country, which will be the type of any. Let me just format that a bit better, and B country with the type of any as well. So now here we can compare those 2 countries and sort those by the most number, the highest number. And the number that we are looking for is our total confirmed cases. It will be just total confirmed. So here I will check if my B country with its own total confirmed, and I will just check if that is less here than A country with total confirmed. And that's it. Also, this here will just sort the entire array, and we don't wish to do that. What we wish to do is to slice now this array to just 5 countries. So we will start from the first country, which is 0 with index of 0, and we will slice until up 5th country. And that's pretty much it. If you wish to check this, down below we can quickly console.log this .confirmed cases, so you could see that this array now works. Now what I can see here is that at first I will have the undefined value, and once the data is passed to my component, then I will have 5 different countries. And these countries are sorted by total confirmed property here, which presents this number. So indeed we have just the top 5 countries with total confirmed cases around the world, which is, for example, United States at the first place, then we have here India, then we would have Brazil, United Kingdom, and the last one will be France, and that's it. And we can use similar example for our deaths and recovered cases. For example, here I sorted by this total confirmed, but now I could sort by total deaths and also total recovered as well. So above my console log, I will still leave my console log here to test it later. I can just copy the entire sort method that I have here, paste it down below, and let's change this a bit. Instead of top confirmed cases, I will use top confirmed deaths, and now I will search for, I will sort by total deaths and total deaths here as well. And we can just grab this array and console.log it down below. I will use deaths as a string here and then log the array. I will do here for my first console log also confirmed and then do the array so we could know which console log is for which array. And let's copy this again to get our recovered cases. So here top confirmed recovered, and we will check for total recovered and total recovered here as well, and that's it. Let's just make sure to console log this array as well down below. So console.log recovered, and then I will log my array. Let's jump into browser to double check this again. In my browser I can see confirmed deaths and recovered undefined at first, and once that ng-onChanges runs again, because it will, well, we will input the data inside of the component, then our confirmed cases, well, countries are here. We have 5 countries for our deaths, and also 5 countries for our recovered cases as well. So the only thing left here is to render this list of 5 into these list groups that we have. To do that, we must jump into our HTML once again, and let's first work with this confirmed cases list that we have. Here inside we do have like 5 different list items, and we can remove 4 of those because we will make sure to loop through our array of confirmed cases and then render each item from that array, well, as one list item. To do that, on my list item here, I can move this class a bit down, and just after my class I will use ng-for directive, which will basically loop through one specific array. And here, for each item of the array, I will get the country, so let country of top confirmed cases, which means that each item in array will present one country, and we can use one country, well, inside of the rest of the markup, which is nested here. So instead of this Australia, we can property bind here our country that we are getting from our array, and on it we will check if it exists. If that is the case, then we can render country property here, which is the name of our country. And for the number here, instead of this dummy number, we can again property bind a number here, which will be country again, and inside I will property bind my total confirmed, which is also the property that we sorted by. And one thing that I will immediately pass here now will be my pipe of a number, because we already used that pipe, well, inside of our summary cards. Let me also bring this down a bit so you could see it a bit better. Yeah, that is a bit better, I would say. So now, this is pretty much it for our confirmed cases, obviously. What I could do is I could, well, use this similar example for my deaths as well. So let's remove 4 out of 5 list items here, because we will use only one. Move this class down a bit so we could see everything on our screen, and use ng-for directive to loop through our specific array. So use let country to get specific country from our array, and I will get it from, well, of top confirmed deaths array here. Now instead of this Australia, I can just use this country.country property bind it, and now here, instead of this dummy number, I will use country.total deaths, and that's it. And the last one that we have is this recovered. So remove 4 list items, use just one because we will loop through it. So here class, go down, then use ng-for directive once again, let country of top confirmed recovered, which is our array here. Let's here, instead of Australia, use country name, and instead of this number, use total recovered. And that's pretty much it. Before I test this now in my browser, I will go into my top countries component TypeScript file and remove these 3 console logs so we don't see those in our browser, in our console. And now in my browser, I can see the proper list groups. I have here proper names for my countries. We can see top countries for each of these segments, and also numbers, which are also really nicely formatted with our pipe as well. Well, I just saw one thing. Only these numbers are. The deaths, the number for our deaths, and also recovered are not formatted. Let me just quickly fix this. I will grab my pipe from here and just pass it to my total deaths and total recovered. And now this is much better, obviously. With this here, we are almost finished with our summary page. There is something more that I would like you to do, well, on this page, but we will do that a bit later in this course. From the next video, we will stop working on our summary page and we will focus on our by country page. The idea for this here is to be able to search for a specific country and also, well, get the data for that specific country. On this page, we will also show the entire list of our countries with their own data. So when we start searching, it will just make that, well, list smaller based on our, well, search term. So this is just another way to present our data, and you should see and learn how the search algorithm will work. On top of that, you will get introduced more to these observables that Angular supports, and also to subject from RxJS library as well. We will use subject to share our data from our child component to our parent component, so you will see that as well. So let's go. As I mentioned at the end of the last video, the plan for this by country page is to show the list of all countries with their own data. We should be also able to search for a specific country from that list and also present the data just for that country. So here we will create this search form that we need, well, that input field and a button to submit the search term, and also that search form will belong to our shared module. Why? Because we will use that search form not just on this page, but on another page as well. That way you will see how can you create this shared component and reuse it multiple times, not just the markup like we did for our sidebar and the header, well, this Topbar, but also the functionality, that searching for a specific country, and you will see what I mean soon. First of all, we should create that component for our search, and to do that I will use command of ng, G for generate, C for component, and I will go into my shared module and then components as a folder, and then use search here to specify my search component. That search component by default should belong to our shared module. So find that shared module, open up the file, and inside in our declarations array we should have this search component, and it should be imported here at the top. As I plan to use it outside of this module, well, I need also to export it. So here in my exports I will pass this search component as well. The place where I wish to use this search component is my country, well, page, which is also a module. So here I will just in this country module import now this shared module, which will also come with that search component because it is exported. One thing to notice, just make sure that this shared module is also imported here in the top. Now that we have everything connected, we can go into our components and this country page HTML file, and here instead of this text I will render my app search, which we will be able to use. This is our own component, well, from a different module, but as we are exporting it and using it in our country module, we are also able to use this component as well. If you wish to check that as well, here you can see that search works is a text now, and that text is on our by country page, so that is good. At this point we are pretty much finished with this connection between modules and also this component. So we can just go into our, well, search component and create the markup for this search component. So for this here, let me first of all create the div with the class of row to present the row from Bootstrap. Then inside I will create the div with the class of call md4, which will specify that everything inside will belong only to 4 columns. What I will do here also is I will create another div here at the top, which will again hold the class of call md4, but it will be just the empty div. This here means that the first 4 columns will be fully empty in my screen, but the second 4 columns will have some content. So when we add up 4 plus 4, that is 8, so 8 columns, which means that the rest of the columns, the rest of the 4 columns will also be empty. So our content will be, well, just in these 4 columns. It will look much nicer because it is, well, it will look shrinked down. It is easier to search and also see our search bar. Now, talking about my search bar, I can create here a form and also use this bunch of different things for my form, but I don't really need to do that. We can go with much simpler approach here. What I will do here is create the div and use a class on it of input group, which will create the input group instead of the form. And to this input group I will also add mt3, which will add a bit of, well, margin on the top as well for me. My input group should hold the input itself and also a button to submit the values from this input. I will move this type down a bit because there will be multiple attributes that I will pass. The type for my input field will stay a text because we will search just by a text value. And here I will use class of form control, which is Bootstrap class, to a bit style this input field. And then I will use also a placeholder just to specify to users, like here you should search for a country, so just search country can be my placeholder for this input field. After my input field, but still in this input group, I will create my button. So let's create HTML5 button, and my button here can just hold the text of search because we will submit the search on it. So here also for my button, I will move this down a bit because I will have multiple things for my button as well. First thing will be my class, which is, well, I will pass multiple classes like btn and btn outline success, which will add a bit of, well, it will create the outlined button with a bit greenish color. And then the type for my button can be just the button. One notice here, if we use the form here, we need to make this button a submit. Well, the type of it should be submit because we should submit that form. And then we would need to read for that submit and so on. This way, for this example, because we have only one input field, this is easier approach because we will bind this input field to one of our properties and just on a click of our button get that property and use it to search for a specific country, and that's it. If you wish now to check how this looks, you can just visit your by country page, and here at the top we have this search country and this search button. Obviously there is some nice shadow around it. It is well designed by Bootstrap, and you can see here that this button is pretty much combined with this search country. Well, the reason for that is because we are using that input group. So with this here, one part of our by country page is finished. So now here down below we could just present the list of our countries. Well, it won't be just the list, it will be the table with all the countries and their own data. Now the other part of our country page will be that table data, and we can also create the separate component for that and keep our code still organized, as that way it is easier to code, easier to debug, and also easier to test our code. So here I will use command of ng, G for generate, C for component, and I will generate my component in country module, then components folder, and the component name will be data table. With that data table generated, I can go into my country module and open up this country page to show that data table just below my search component. So here I will use app data table, and that's it. Right after this, we can start working on our markup for our table. So here, first of all, I will use row and a column from Bootstrap. So let's create a div with a class of row and mt5, which stands for margin top 5. Then I will have another div inside with the class of column, which is col. So here we won't have that grid in different columns, but just one big column, and that's it. Now related to my table, I can create HTML5 table and pass a class to it, which will be a table as well. There are multiple different tables that we can use from Bootstrap, but I will just go with this default one. This one doesn't even have that border around, and you will see how it looks when we are finished with this markup. Our table will have two parts. First part is a table heading, or a header, call it as you wish, and table body, so t-head and t-body. For my t-head, obviously it is a header, so it should hold all of the headers for our columns. So here I will use tr for table row and th inside for table heading. This table heading can have its own scope, and I will use the scope here of col, because this table heading, well, its own scope for a heading itself will be for a column. And the table heading will just hold this hash, because everything inside of this column will be just, well, numbers like country 1, country 2, country 3, and so on. So let's copy this and paste it 4 more times, 1, 2, 3, 4, Scope will be the same for all of these, but now instead of this hash, we will use just country here to present the country name, and then we can focus on our real data like total cases, and also total recovered cases like total recovered, and also total deaths. And that's it for our headings. Now, inside of my table body, this is the place where we will show our data. So here I will create a table row, and inside of this table row I will create table heading first of all. This table heading will have different scope. This will be the heading for my row, not the column. And this here will be just number 1. Because all of those numbers that we will have for like country 1, country 2, and so on, should be different style to present the heading for that, well, row itself, and to know in which order those countries are sorted. So now after this th, we can just use td for table data and pass a country name, which is USA, because the first value was for our number, the second value is for our country, and then we have values for total cases, total recovered, and total deaths, which means here I will pass some number like 233, 435, then another number for my total recovered cases like 2456, and also another one which can be 175231, and that's it for the USA. Let's copy this table row and paste it 2 more times to have at least 3 countries as just, well, for our markup. Obviously this here should change, the number will be 2 and 3, the country can be UK, let's use that one, and this here can be Brazil, and I will just leave these numbers for now because we will use the right data here. On my browser, well, in my local host, you can already see this table shaping. We can see that our headings, even these row headings, are bolded, so those will present the heading part of our tables. And we can see kind of our dummy data inside. So now the idea here is to pass our data to this table and show all of the countries with their own data right here in this place. First of all, you should know that this could be a longer video, because we will get our data, then we will share our data to our table, and also we will render our data in our table. To get my data, I will open up my shared module and services. We are already having this get summary data, and it is quite okay to work with this call again. So from here, I can just open up my country module, components, and country page, and I wish to get my data in this country page. This is centralized place for my country module. So here, to get the data in my constructor, I first need to import my data service. So private property of data service is okay, and I will set the type of it to be a data service. Now in my ng-on init, what I can do is call this data service. On it, I should have this get summary data method. And as you know, as we are using that HTTP client from Angular, we are able to subscribe to that because we will get the observable back. So we can subscribe to the observable. So here, what we can do now, we will get some data back, which will hold the type of any. And now inside, we can just store our data. So let me here at the top create the property of COVID data with the type of any. And here, what I will do is use this .covid data and use the data here. So basically now I'm storing the data from my API to this .covid data property. One thing to mention, if you don't know why we are able to subscribe to the observables, well, basically observable will be just the wrapper for our data. Just think about it, like we will have our data and a wrapper around that data. The reason for that, the observable will wrap our data and give us option to use bunch of different methods, so we could also transform our data in any way that we wish. In our example here, we don't need to use those methods because we will directly subscribe to that API and get that data back. So now that we have our data here, in a similar way that we shared our data from parent to child component, well, we will do the same here. So go to the data table, open up the TypeScript file, and create the input. Well, use input decorator inside, which must be imported from @angular/core, this input should be also invoked, and I will pass COVID data as a name here, and the type can be any. Then this means that I can open up my country page .component.html file, and here I could just, well, bind and share that data through that input decorator that we use. So here I will use COVID data, and I will set it equal to the COVID data that I'm having inside of my country page. With this, immediately what we can do is go into our data table, and now we know that that data will be here in our COVID data, but we won't have, well, access to it yet. So we can again use this ng-on-changes here. So here, next to on init, I will use on changes to import that lifecycle hook, and that lifecycle hook must be imported from @angular/core. So here, now I must use ng-on-changes as a method, remove these changes because we won't use those, but inside what I will do is basically I can, for example, store all of the countries from my COVID data. So to store those countries, we will first of all need to create a property where we will store those. So here I will use countries as a property. I will set the type of it to be array of any, and it will initially be just the empty array. Now inside of this ng-on-changes, I can use this countries that I just created and get my countries from this COVID data countries, because when we check that API, we know that on this COVID data, we should have a global property which should get all of the summary data for us, but also we should get this countries array which should get all of the countries for us as well. Now with this here, we know that we will have data here. So let's just double check that by using console log. I will use data as a console log and just log my this.countries. Go into our browser to double check. Here in your browser, you can get this error, but we can fix that later. But down below, we can have this data log with the array of different countries. There is 193 countries here. So we can have like Afghanistan, well, the countries will be sorted by the name, so A, B, C, and so on. So yeah, there is just different countries with their own data. Now to fix that error, here, next to this COVID data, I will just use this question mark. So first of all, I will check if the data exists, and at that point, I will search for that countries, well, property. Now that we know that we are indeed having this data, we can just render those on our screen. So all of these table rows, well, we can just delete those and just use one, because we will again loop through this table row. So for this first table row, I will here use ng-for directive once again, because we already use this in the list groups, so you should know how to use it. So here what I will do is use let country of countries. And now there is one quite nice hack that we can do. For example, to get this number, well, that number will just present the index for us. So here we can get the index directly from this directive. So here what we can do is close this part of code. We will still loop through these countries, but we can create let of I to present the index, and we can set it equal to the index. And this index will be the index of our specific country. So it will start from 0, so 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on. So now with this, we can just show the real data here. Instead of this number, I wish here to do, well, I wish to present my index here, right? Because I'm just getting it. So the index will be our number. But as you know, the arrays are well counted from 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on, which means that the first country will have, well, the number of 0, and that is not good. So here, I will just use I plus 1, so it will now start counting from 1. For the rest of the things here, I can property bind, well, my data. For example, my country, I can check if there is a country, and then if there is, I can bind country property here. For the next thing here, I can again property bind my country, and I will bind total confirmed. Also to this total confirmed, I will pass a pipe of number to present those properly on my screen. Now I can grab this binding that I have and just use it for my, well, total recovered. and total deaths. And that's it. Now in our page we will have this quite a long list of all countries, which means that our data was properly passed to this component, we are properly presenting it on our screen. From our data we can see that we will have these country names. We can see that now, well, the numbers will be correct, it won't be counted from 0 but from 1. We can see total cases and numbers for each of those countries, which is amazing. Well, total recovered still don't work, so we can just hope that the API will be fixed. And total deaths as well are quite nice to, well, not to have obviously, but to have this as a data. Now what we should do is start searching for our data. So the plan here is, if I search for Serbia like this and I click on this search, I should get the Serbia here as a country. I shouldn't see the rest of the countries. So let's do that. So I guess that you know the plan for this video, and it is to search for a specific country from this list. So to not search it manually here by scrolling, but to be able to also pass the search term and search for a specific country. First thing that I will do is go into my search component, and that is in shared module, components, then search. In this here, in my TypeScript file, I will create my property of search term, which will store that search term from our input field. This here will be just a string, and initially it will be just the empty string. Now what we can do here is, next to this search term, we can use this decorator called output. So let's just use it, and I will explain to you later what it does. So output can be passed here, and it must be invoked, and we should also pass a name to it. I will pass a name of country by search, or country to search. That's probably a better name. So when I have a name, I can set this equal to something. And I will call a new property here, well, a new class here, which is called event emitter. So here, make sure to import the event emitter from this @angular/core, and here we can pass this generic type. I will use the any type here, but it will be a string type, we know, because we will pass a string. Our search term is a string. So now let me explain to you how this output works. So if I would go into my country and then components and country page, open up the HTML file. Here we are sharing our COVID data from our parent to our child component. And if we wish to share a data from our child to our parent, instead of using that input decorator, we can use this output decorator. This output decorator for us will serve us as an event. We are basically creating our own custom event here, which means that we can emit a data to this event, and when that happens in our country page, we can listen for that event if the data was emitted to that. Once that happens, inside of this country page, we should be able to, well, basically just listen to that data and get that data. And that is the way to share the data from our child to our parent. So this is just another way to share data in Angular, which is quite, well, nice to have. So now we do have our event emitter and our search term, but currently we didn't bind this search term. So let's go into our search component.html file, and we wish to bind that search term here in our input. So what we can do here is use two-way data binding in Angular, which will bind our search term and also directly store the data in this search term property. So in our search component, to use two-way data binding, we can bind it like this, and then use ng model here. Here I will pass just the name of my search term. And that's pretty much it. Obviously there is an error here. Well, the ng model is not just by default already accessible in Angular, and to use it we must import one particular module. The module itself is forms module, because this ng model is mostly used for the forms, obviously, as we are using it here. So let's go into our, well, shared module, because our search component is inside of the shared module, and we wish to use this ng model inside our search component. So open up this share.module.ts file, and in imports array, pass this forms module from Angular, which must be imported from @Angular /forms. Now you can go back to your search component and you should not see the error. So that is good. Now we know that we will bind this search term, but now we should also submit this search term, and we will do that on this button. So on this button, I can, use event, listen to this click event whenever we click on this button. And I will call, whenever we click on this button, I will call a specific method, which is called search. Obviously, this method is still not created. We must create this method. That is why we can see this error here. So open up your search.component.ts file again. And inside of this file, after my ng on init, I will create that search method. And this search method, for example, can just console.log this search term that we have. So we could double check if we are truly getting that search term. In my console right now, I could, for example, pass some, for example, USA here as a search term, and just click search, and we can see that search term passed here. So if I search for my Serbia, then search, we can see different value. So that is good. Our search term is definitely passed, to this method. So now what we can do is use our custom event that we created, which is called country to search, and emit value to that event. So later we can listen to it on our country page and get that value on that higher level, from child to parent. So here, now I will remove this console log and use this country to search, and on it we should have emit event. If you set up your event emitter properly, you should have emit event. Just be sure that the event emitter is imported from @angular/core and not from some other library, because there is multiple event emitters. Here what I wish to emit is my search term now. So this search term, and that's pretty much it about this. We should be able to, we are already emitting the value to our custom event. Now from here I will close all of my files. It is easier that way, and I can open up my country page. Here now we can listen to that event when it happens. So you can see here how we are binding this COVID data. We won't bind the custom event like that. Instead we will use just brackets, and obviously I have already here just recommendation for me to use country to search, because that is the only custom event that I created. So here, whenever this event happens, whenever we submit the data, here we can also run our own method for this country page. So this method can be called search country, because we initially wish to search country from that big list of countries. And here you can see one thing. First of all, we have an error because this method still doesn't exist. We will create that soon. But we can also pass the data that we emitted, which is our search term. And we will pass it here as an event. So make sure to use $sign first, then event. That is the way to set up the event in Angular and to pass it from template to TypeScript. Now in our TypeScript of the country page, just after ng on init, we can create a method called search country, which we are already using, right? So let's just make sure that the naming is right. It is. And here now we won't get the event, but we know that we will get that country, which is the type of string, because we will emit that search for a country. So now let me also just properly use string here. And now inside we have our COVID data. So basically we can just set up some countries property and search through our COVID data, through the countries of the COVID data, and search for that specific country. So here inside of my method I will create the const of countries, and I will set this equal to my this.covid data.countries. Make sure that the C is capitalized, and on it now what I can do is use this filter method. The filter method is just usual JavaScript filter method that we can use. This one here will give us option to filter through all of the countries, and it will give the country back to us. So here, because I'm already using this country naming here, I will just name this C instead of the country, and the type of it will be any. So for each of these countries we can, for example, find a country which will hold the country property, which is the name of the country. It must be the same property as our country that we are passing. So here what we can do is check if c.country, I will also make sure that this is lowercase, so to lowercase. So I will check if this .c.country includes, and it should include my country, which I'm passing here, this country from here. I will also change that to lowercase as well. And that's it pretty much. This way we will basically loop through all of the countries from our API. We will check if the country, its own name, includes any of our letters from our search term. And if that is the case, then we will return back that country. So in this countries array, we should have only the countries that, well, are including that search term. Because sometimes we will search for the USA by United States, full name, right? But sometimes we will just type United and we will, well, guess that we wish to get that country, right? So here now, to double check, I can console.log these countries. Let me use countries here as a text, and then countries here, well, to log these countries to check if the filter worked. Now on my screen, I don't have anything currently, nothing in my console. Let me clear the console. Let's search for United, as I said. Search here, and there it is. There is 4 countries here with the United name. We have this Tanzania. It is not obviously the country name, but the whole name is Tanzania, United Republic of Tanzania, right? Then we have United Arab Emirates, and we also have United Kingdom and United States of America. So these would be 4 countries, which means that only these 4 countries should be visible to us here, not this full list. And I think that this was quite a long video by now, so, and also quite probably you will need to watch this video 2 times because it can be quite frustrating for some, well, for someone to get a grasp of this output decorator and event emitter. So I will break this video here, and in the next video we will just pass these 4 countries from our country page into our data table so we could render those instead of this full list. Now that we have our list of countries and also this search component that we can, well, use to search through our countries, we will do that functionality in this video. Before we do anything, you should know that this video could be a longer one, because here we will use a subject from RxJS library, and you will see how can we use a subject to submit, well, emit a specific search term, and also filter through our list of countries for a specific countries as well. First thing that I will do here is create my search service. We will need this service to integrate the subject with it as well, because here we will be able to submit the data to the service and also get the data directly from the service as well. The idea is to submit the data in our input search input field that we have, and also get the data down in our list, a list of our countries. So here I will use command of ng, g for generate, s for service, and I will generate my service in shared folder, then services, and then search. And that is it. Now I can go into my project and find that service which is in shared folder, services, next to our data service. Now we have our search service here as well. The feature from RxJS that I wish to use is called subject. Subject is able to accept some data. Well, we will be able to emit the data to the subject, and at that point that subject will hold that data, and it is also able to return the observable data back to us, which means that anywhere in our project we can subscribe to that specific subject, and whenever the new data is emitted or submitted to that subject, we will be able to pass it to those different components where we are reading that subject, where we are subscribing to it. To set up subject here in my service, I can simply set up a property, and I will create a property of countries, and I will set this property to be equal of new subject. Here you must invoke the subject as well, and you will also need to import the subject here at the top from library called RxJS. And by now you should already know that RxJS by default is available in Angular applications. So as we wish to subscribe to this country's subject and also get the data from it, well, we will also need to submit some data to that well, subject, right? So here, still in my service, I will create the method called setCountries. And this method will accept, well, the list of countries. So here I will use countries. I can set the type to be any, and this method will use now my subject, which is this.countries, and on it, because it's a subject, we can use different methods. One of those methods is called next. Next method will give us option to submit the data, next data, into this subject. So here what I can do is just submit the data that I will pass later to my method here, these countries. This here is basically how can you set the data, well, emit the data to the countries subject. But what about getting that data? So still in my service, just down below, I will create the method called getCountries. And this method here will, well, won't accept any parameter, doesn't need to, but here now I will set the specific type of this method to return. The type of it is observable, and the observable as well must be imported here at the top from the same library rxjs. The observable can also have generic type. I will set this type to be any because our countries are also any. And here now to return such an observable, well, we can simply use return keyword here and return our this.countries. At this point, we are still not returning the observable. To return the observable from these countries and to be able to subscribe to the observable later, we must use another method from this subject. The method itself is called asObservable. So now our subject will make sure, this subject will make sure that our countries will be returned as observable. Now from here, we can go to our country folder, then components and country page. Let's open up the TypeScript file of it. Here, as you remember, we filtered our data in the last video. So what we can do here is import our search service, and here where we are logging our data, instead of this log, we can use this setCountries method to emit all of these countries that we filtered to our subject. First of all, let's import our search service. Here in my constructor now, after my data service, I will here add a comma and create another private property called search service. And I will set this search service to be the type of my own search service, which must be imported here at the top. Now, in my search country method, where I'm logging my countries, I can remove this log, and instead of that, I can use my this.search service, and on it I will have this method of setCountries. As you know, this setCountries expects one argument to be passed, and that argument will be our countries that we here filtered. So just pass those countries. Now I can open up my data table, and here, similar as I imported my search service to use this setCountries method, I will import my search service in my data table to use this getCountries. So whenever we filter our countries, we will basically emit those countries to our subject, right? And then at that point, well, as we will listen to those in our data table, we will always get those latest countries available to us in this data table component. So here again, first of all, let's import, well, inject that service, so private property of search service, and set the type of it to be search service, which again must be imported here at the top. And now in my ng on init, I can simply use this.search service.getCountries. So as this will return the observable to us, we will be able to here simply use subscribe, and when we subscribe to this here, we will get some data back. So here I will use data, and the type of it will be any, because we know that we will get our countries. And here when we get the data, we will be able to use our countries array here. So this.countries will be equal to, well, to our data, right? And that is pretty much it. So at this point on ng on changes, we will get our countries, and whenever we search for a specific country. Now you can ask me, how did this code run over and over again if we use it in ng-on-init, because this ng-on-init is just the lifecycle hook that will run only once for a specific component, because the ng-on-init will run only when the component is initialized. Well, as we are using the subject here, our countries here are subject, we are emitting new data to that subject and also getting data to the subject here in our get countries. Well, subject itself will accept always the newest data that was submitted, and whenever the data was emitted to that subject, this here will always listen to that subject. So basically, we will always get the latest data. It doesn't matter if we are using it on this ng-on-init. But now that we are always listening to that, can that cause an issue? Well, yes, that can cause a memory leak. For example, if I would go to my data service, here we are using this HTTP client, right? And we are getting the data from some kind of URL. Well, in our example, it is COVID-19 API. This HTTP client comes directly from Angular, and it will also, well, it can also cause some memory leaks, but Angular handled that perfectly. But for a subject itself, subject doesn't come from Angular. Subject comes from this library called RxJS. And when we are invoking the subject here as we are, well, there will be memory leaks because RxJS doesn't handle that. But there is nice thing that we can do here. In my data table, when I'm listening to my get countries, which will return that observable to me, here I could set up the subscription well, from RxJS once again. So here I will use subscription, and I will set it equal to new subscription, and here it is. This new subscription must be invoked, and it also must be imported here from RxJS. Now what we can do, each of those subscribers that will come through this method here, we can use this .subscription to set it equal to each of those basically. So all of those will be later stored in this subscription. So all of our memory will be stored there. And how can we remove that memory? Well, how can we stop memory leak from happening? Well, next to on-init and on-changes lifecycle hooks, we can use on-destroy. This on-destroy must be imported again here from @angular/core, and down below, after my ng-on-changes, I can use ng-on-destroy. This ng-on-destroy is a lifecycle hook which will run every time that component was destroyed. So for example, whenever we route ourselves away from our country page, because at that point we won't see that data table, so this ng-on-destroy will run. So now in this example here, we can use this .subscription, which will hold all of our subscribers here that we are getting, and on it we will have a method called unsubscribe, which will prevent that memory leak from happening. And with this here, we are fully finished with that subject, emitting data, getting data, well, even cleaning up our memory, which means that at this point we can just test this. So I do have this list of countries here, and if I search for Serbia as an example, well, here it is, it works, right? So I can again search here to United, well, not Serbia United, but United, search, here it is, 4 countries, Tanzania, which is United Republic of Tanzania, then United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom, and United States of America, which means that our search term will here work, and if we empty the search term and we search for all of the countries, guess what? We will get full list of countries from our API, so this also here works perfectly. Now at this point we are left with just few things to finish up. If I go back to my summary page, there are still empty space here, so here I will create something interesting, and also my live page. Well, this page will definitely be interesting. But for now I will focus on my summary page. Here now we will integrate ChartJS, which is library to render charts on our screen, and in that chart we will present specific country data. Well, data for a specific countries. So how can we get the data for a specific country? Well, guess what? We already have this search component here, we can again use this component, the same component. We don't need to create a new one, which is great. We just need to integrate ChartJS. So let's jump into the next video to talk more about this library called ChartJS. I know that I said that we will talk more about the ChartJS, but there is something that I wish to take care of before we do that. Well, I wish to take care of this search component that we have, because we need to reuse it in our summary page here as well. So this search component, as you know, is already in our shared module, and that was the goal for this search component from the start, because we will use it in multiple places, so it is a shared component. Also, the whole functionality, even the functionality with the subject, is already finished for this search component, so we could just integrate this component in our summary page, and that should do the work. Next to that search component, we will also present some specific chart here on our screen from a library called ChartJS. In that chart, we will present the data of a specific country, and we will present data for these confirmed cases. So our chart and also our search component will work dynamically here. So now what I can do is generate a new component for my search input field that I already have, and also chart that I wish to present. To do that, I will run command of ng, g for generate, c for component, and I will generate my component in my summary page, summary module that I have, then components folder, and then, well, let's name this component confirmed by country, because here we will present, inside of this component we will present confirmed cases by country basically. To use that component now, I will go into my summary module, components, and here summary page, open up the HTML file, and just after our top countries, let's use up confirmed by country, and that's it. Inside of this confirmed by country, first thing that I wish to, well, use is my search component that I have already created. So, because my search component is in my shared module, I can open up my summary module here and import that shared module. And that's it. By this import, we will also be able to use this search component away from shared module. So now what I can do is I can close these files here and open up my confirmed by country HTML file. For this file, let's create some markup here. First of all, I will create a div which will hold multiple classes on it, like row from Bootstrap, then text center from Bootstrap as well to center our text, and then mt5 to put a bit of margin at the top. Here inside I will use another div with a class of call for column from Bootstrap, and inside we can create some content. For example, I can put a title here which will say confirmed cases by country, and below, after my title, what I can do is just present app search component, and there is no issues, there is no errors here, because we already imported in our summary module our shared module. And if you wish to check, open up your shared module. Let me find it, shared module. Here we do have our import for search component and also the export for search component. Just make sure to have those, and you will be able to use search component away from shared module, in this example in our summary module. And voila, we do have our confirmed cases by country title here, and also our search input field, well, our search component. So at this point you can see that on our summary and also by country page, we are using the same component, which is absolutely great. We don't need to create a new one. So the only thing left here is to take care of those charts. The idea here for us for this specific feature is to submit the name of a country here and pass that country into our chart. And inside of that chart, we will present the confirmed cases for that specific country by each day, by each month, by each year, well, whatever you wish. But first of all, now let's talk about those charts, as the next video will be just introduction to those. For this video, I didn't plan to code at all, but just to present to you this ChartJS, this library. For ChartJS, you can visit chartjs.org website. But also you will have a link to this website down in the resources of this course. What you should know about this ChartJS, well, those are definitely leading chart project. It is also an open source and quite easy to use, quite developer friendly, I would say. The newer versions of this library have some quite advanced animations, also much better performance, and definitely more types for charts, and you will see those soon. If you would visit this samples page, there you will find all of charts, well, all types of charts that ChartJS can, well, offer to us. For example, on my left side, I can select bar charts and I will have different options for these charts. If I would click on this vertical bar chart, we will see how this chart works, well, how it looks. There is a stacked chart, there is a floating bars, there are even line charts here, multi-axis line charts. You can also specify some line stylings and so on. There are different charts, so you can use a pie chart, amazing one. There is a scatter chart, there is a bubble chart, similar. There is also donut charts. So basically, each chart that we see in modern web development is definitely here. The chart that we will use is bar chart, which is this one here, but without this line here. It will be just simple bars like this. So for example, down here you can see different months. In our example, we can present different days, and for each of those days, the bar will be as high as the number is high of those confirmed cases for that specific country. So at the end of it, we won't even have this spacing between our bars because we will present all days. So basically, all spacing will be taken by those days, and you will see how that will work. Next to all of these charts, what we can use and so on, there is ChartJS API. You can directly connect to their own API and use some animations, different charts. You can see interfaces for each of their own models, where interfaces basically, and down below you can see the entire API with all options. It is quite a large one. Now, next to ChartJS, well, we are working with Angular, and there is a specific module called ng2 charts, which will integrate ChartJS into Angular. The link to this module you can find down in the resources of this course as well, so you can just take a look at yourself. But essentially, this module here is just a wrapper for ChartJS. That wrapper will give us option to use ChartJS into Angular applications, so it is quite easy to use charts directly into Angular. So to install it, you can use this command here, or even this command here at the top right corner. You can see also that on weekly level, there is more than 150,000 downloads, which is, well, good. But now we will move into the next video where we will together install this module and also ChartJS as a library. And also I will present to you a simple example from ChartJS with just dummy data. We want to work with the real data yet. Now, as we in the last video saw which library for charts we will use, which is ChartJS, we will now install proper modules for that and also set up our, bar chart, just as an example to use it. Our application here works with Angular, and it also works with Angular version 13. Now, related to the ChartJS and the ng2 charts modules that we will now install, those are not yet fully compatible with the latest version of Angular. So here make sure to run the same command to install these modules, these packages, as I will use now. The command itself will be npm install, and here we can pass name of our packages. First of all, I will use chart.js and use a version here. To use a version, use at 2.3, 2.9.3. And after this, I will install also a package called ng2-charts, and again pass a version here which will be at 2.3.0. As I already mentioned, Angular 13 won't be fully compatible, and as we will install a bit older versions of these packages, we will need also to pass a flag of --legacy, then -peer, -depths. depths, which means that we will be able to install here legacy dependencies. Hit enter and just wait for it to install. Once your installation is finished, we can also now create a specific component where we will use our chart. To do that, I will use ng, g for generate, c for component, and then I will generate my component in summary / components / country chart. So why country chart? Well, we will show here different charts, one bar chart, but it will be specific for a country. So that is why country chart. Now run your local host once again, ng serve, and you are good to go. The thing now that I can do is just open my package.json to confirm if my packages were installed. And here I can see my chart.js with my version that I passed, and also ng2 charts package as well. So that is definitely good. Close this package.json and let's open up our, summary page. So go into summary, then components, and summary page inside, open up the HTML file here. Here we do have this component of confirmed by country. So here inside of this component, we can use that country chart that we passed. Or we can also use it directly here in our summary page with app country chart as a selector here. So at this point in our page, in our summary page, we can see this text of country chart works just below our search bar, which is definitely good. The last thing, as we plan to use our charts in Angular application where there is a specific module that we will need to import here. To import this module, I can simply open up my summary module.ts file, and as we plan to use charts in our summary page, we can import this module directly in this summary module. So here in my imports array, after my shared module, I will import charts module. And you can see that at the top, it must be imported from ng2-charts, and with this, we are set up to use our charts. So from here, in the next video, we will use that simple example of charts with some dummy data, so you could see how the charts can look. As you know, in this video, we will set up our charts to create one simple chart, and for that, I can go into my app, then summary, go into components, and here country chart. Let's first of all create the markup for our charts here. Inside of this HTML file, I will create the div, and the div can hold a class attribute. The class can be chart wrapper. This here will obviously wrap my chart, and we can style it. So let's open up the CSS file to style this a bit. Here I will target my chart wrapper, and I will set width of it to be 70% and margin to be 50 pixels top and bottom, auto for left and right. This is similar example as we did for our search bar that we had, but for the search bar we used columns from Angular, but obviously we can use CSS as well here. Now inside of this chart wrapper we will use our charts from our package, but if we plan to use the charts, we need to set up some options for our chart. To set up the options for the chart, go into your countrychart.component.ts file, and here inside of your class, you can create a property of bar chart data. I am naming this bar chart data, bar chart options as you wish, because we will create here a bar chart. This here can hold a specific type, which will be chart data sets, and it must be the array of it. Also, the type itself must be imported here at the top from chart.js, the other module that we also installed. Here now, as this is array, we can set it to be equal, to array, and inside we can pass some data. First of all, what I will pass here, I can simply pass an object with the data property inside, data, and you can see that we already have this autofill option to use data, because data is property that is existing on this chart data set. So here, data, for example, can be just different numbers. In our example, we will pass numbers, for example, for confirmed cases. But here, as I wish to use some dummy data, I will use, for example, 65, then 59, and for example 80, just those dummy numbers. As I have 3 numbers here, this will mean that I will at the end have 3 different bars, and each of those will use this corresponding number. So now, after our bar chart data, well, we have other options that we can pass here. We can pass obviously quite a lot of options, but for me here, I don't wish to pass anything else, just the data. I can also format this a bit better, because it will be easier to work with. Next to this bar chart data, we can specify, for example, labels for this data here. So, for example, this first number can be called, well, we can pass a label, a name for it. So, after my bar chart data, I will create another property of bar chart labels, and these labels must be set to a type of label, which again must be imported here at the top from ng2charts. And here the label itself will be array as well, because we can pass the array of different labels. So here I will use array to pass different labels. So what I will do is just pass some, well, country names here. For example, USA, then UK, and for example, Brazil. This here means that this number 64 is having corresponding label of USA. Number 59 is having corresponding label of UK, and number 80 is having a corresponding label of Brazil. Let me make this R lowercase. Next to the labels and this data, we can pass quite a bit of other options. For example, here I can create bar chart options. Well, you can name your properties as you wish. I will just name those, well, to follow up with the name convention. And this here bar chart options must be set to a chart options type, which must be imported here at the top from chart.js library, and here we can set it just to an object, and we can specify different options here. We do have different options like default color, hover, different events, a layout, and so on, but here what I wish to specify is, for example, responsive, and I will set that to true, which will mean that our chart will look fully responsive on smaller screen sizes and on bigger screen sizes. Now, we named our properties, well, bar, then the name of the property, but how do we specify the bar type? Well, we can do that as well. For example, down below, I will create bar chart type property. I will set it equal to, well, set the type of it to be chart type, which must be again imported from chart.js, and I can simply pass a type here. The type will be a string, and we can see different types here. I will just simply use bar, because we wish to create bar chart here. There is also a bar chart legend. Well, you can call it as you wish. I will call it bar chart legend, and I will set it equal to true by default, and this will show different labels, titles, and so on. And also very often we are able to pass different plugins to chart if we are using any plugins. In our example here, we won't use any because this is just a simple example, but we can still specify like bar chart plugins and set that equal just to an empty array, because that could be the array of different plugins. Now this here, all of these properties will present options for our chart. We have a data for our chart, then we have our labels for that data, we have options that we can pass. You can pass many different options as you wish. We have our type of the chart, and we have other specifics that are not even important. We can even remove these two properties, but I will still keep those here. Now, how can we use this here and present the chart on our screen? Well, for that, we will need to go back into our HTML, and here, the chart itself must be drawn onto our screen. And to draw something in HTML, we usually use element called canvas. So inside of this canvas, I won't pass anything, but what I will do is pass multiple attributes here. For example, one attribute can be base chart, which obviously you saw that it also autofilled the attribute here. The base chart presents that this canvas will present the chart at the end for us. And now here we have different options for this chart. For example, here I can property bind my data sets, which will present the data of the chart, and here I can use my bar chart data property that I created. After that, I can bind the labels, and here I will use my bar chart labels property that I created. Then also we do have options to bind here. And by the way, all of these datasets, labels, and options are coming from the chart package that we installed. That is why my Visual Studio Code and also Angular knows how to, well, autocomplete those here and also use those later in our application. For the options here, I will pass bar chart options. Then we can pass, for example, our plugins, which are just empty array, but still we can use bar chart plugins. Then we can pass our legend, so legend, which will be bar chart, where it is, here it is, a legend. And yeah, we didn't just pass the type, so we can pass chart type here and present bar chart type. And that should be pretty much it. If you followed up this correctly, then you should see your chart on your screen. And now if I would visit my browser, after our search, here we should see this chart. This chart here is obviously type of a bar chart. We have our labels down below, which is USA, UK, and Brazil, and each of those have their own values. If you would hover, for example, over one, you can see the USA here with number 64, and you can see that it is ending here, I would say, at the number 64. The next number is 65 indeed. If you hover over the UK and the Brazil, you can see the same thing. The thing here that you can see, which is undefined, is basically our legend. If you would specify your legend, for example, let's say the countries, then you will be able to toggle these countries to show and hide the data for those. But you can see here that it is obviously working as well. We can still toggle, but we don't have a text for our legend, but we still presented the legend here on a screen, which is still good enough. Now what we need to do here is to grab our search term from our search input field and pass that search term from the search component to our chart component, so we can use that chart data, well, the data of that search term of that country that we will search, inside of this canvas, inside of this chart here, and you will see how the chart will look at the end. So let's first of all share that data from our search to our chart component. Now, I won't lie to you, but in this video we will do quite a lot of things. First of all, I will open up my summary and then summary page component that I have, HTML file of it. In this file, we still cannot see that search component obviously. But if we would open up this confirmed by country, and inside here, well, inside we do have our search component. So what we need to do is to pass the data from our search component first of all into our confirmed by country component, and then from the confirmed by country to share it to our summary page component, and then after that from our summary page to input it inside of our country chart, that search term. Which means that there is quite a lot of work here, and all of that you already worked through this course. So now you can ask me, why did we use this confirmed by country? Because we can just simply use here app search component. Yes, but then it wouldn't be so good practice. What I want you to do now is to pause this video and try to do this on your own. And don't worry if you are not successful, because we will do this soon together. So, were you successful? If you weren't, well, don't worry, we will do this now together. So, if I visit my confirmed by country, where I have my app search, well, I need to share my search term from this app search into my confirmed by country. So, let's find our app search component. Let's open up our shared module, then components and search component that we have. Let's go into TypeScript file of it, and inside of that TypeScript file, well, we already have the output with country to search, which is our search term. We are already emitting the data inside, which is search term, so we should be able to pass that data from this component into our confirmed by country component. Why do we have all of this code here? Well, we already worked with this search component, and this is what I meant when we are reusing the same components, same shared components here, because the functionality and the markup is the same, so we don't need to write those two times. which means by this I can open up my confirmed by country component here, and here what I can do is just, well, event bind here my country to search, and I can do something when that event happens. So when I search for my country by the search term, what I wish to do is to run a method called pass country data, which will pass that search term to the next component. Here we will get the event, which will in our example be our search term, but still we are not having this pass country data method in our confirmed by country component. So what I can do here is open up my confirmed by country TypeScript file, and inside I can simply, here it is, I can simply grab that pass country data and create the method here. The method here will get my country data, and here I can pass just any. Well, the data is not the country data, but it is a search term, right? So here I will use search term and use just a string. So now what I need to do is to pass this search term to the different component, to other components. So from my confirmed by country into my summary page where I have this confirmed by country. So here again we will create the output, the same thing that we did for our search component. So at the top here I will use output decorator, which must be imported here at the top from @angular/core, and this output decorator can be called country, and I will set it equal to my new event emitter, and to this here I will emit a string. I need also to call it like this. If you plan to emit something else, you can pass different model here. We do have an error here because we didn't imported our event emitter properly. You can see that I imported event emitter from my stream, which is not good. I will remove this from here, and I will auto import my event emitter from @angular/core. Make sure to import that. Now inside of this pass country data, when we run it, we will use here this .country, our output that we created, and on it we will be able to emit a new data. So emit here, and I will just emit here my search term that I'm passing, that I already emitted from my search component. Now this means that we can go into our summary page component, and inside we can now bind our country. So once this event runs, we can do something. What I wish to do here is to search for a country, and I will do that indeed. So here I will pass the event, which won't be event, it will be a string of my search term. So in my summary page now, go into let me copy this search country, and in my summary page, here, TypeScript file, I will create that search country method, and this search country method will accept the search term, which is the type of string, and the method itself must do something. So here now I can simply store a country that I wish to search, well, my search term. So at the top I will create a property of country to search, and this here will be initially set to just an empty string. You don't need to pass type here because Angular will already know, well, the TypeScript as well will already know which type this is, which is obviously a string, but you can also pass the type like this, it won't cause any errors. Now inside my search country, I will use my country search, country to search, and I will set it equal to my search term that I'm getting here. Now what we can do here is go back into our summary page HTML, and we do have our search term now in our summary page component, so we can bind it here with the input, so we could input it here into our country chart. To do that, I will use here, for example, country, which will at the end be the country. That search term is the country for us, and I will set it equal to country to search, which is the property that we created, and we pass data into that property. So from here now, we can go into country chart and create this country. So in my country chart HTML, so I can do this even above my bar chart data. Here I can create the country. This here must obviously be an input. So use the input here and make sure to invoke it and import it here at the top from @angular/core. I will name my input here a country, it will be the type of string, and we can pass some default value to it like India. As long as we have the default value for it, we will also have that default data on our screen, because initially we will send that request to get the data. For example, in this example, for India. Now what we can do is make sure also to integrate on changes lifecycle method here. So after my ng on init, I will use ng on changes, and inside we won't listen to any changes, but it will automatically do that for us. Inside we can simply console.log just this.country, the country that we have, which initially will be India. If you did everything properly, when you pass a name of a country here, for example USA, click search, well, in your country chart you should get the log for the USA. If I use UK now, in our country chart we do have UK here. So how does this work here? Let's go back into code to check that. I wanted to clarify this a bit further, because there is multiple levels of sharing here. First of all, we'll start with our search component. So open up your search component HTML file. In this file, we are getting that search term, which is the code that we already did a few lessons before. On a click of this search button, we will execute the search method. This search method will basically get our search term and emit that search term into our custom event that we created, this country to search. Now from here, we can go into our summary, components, and this confirmed by country. In this confirmed by country, we are listening to that event, which is country to search. When that event happens on our app search, well, basically when we search for when we pass that search term, then we will run this pass country data method. And this method here will grab that search term and again use a custom event here, which is called country. I advise you also here to use a same name for your naming conventions. So through all of those components, use same naming and you won't have any issues. Here obviously I didn't, but as this is a tutorial, it's not big of a deal. Now as we have this country custom event, in my summary page now, HTML file, we will listen to that event. So once that happens, we will use search country method in this component. So here I can go to find the search country, here it is. I will just store the data here. Why do I wish to store the data? Well, simple enough, because in my summary page I won't now pass the data through custom event, but I will input the data in component, in a child component of this summary page. If I would visit my country chart TypeScript file, here I do have created this country input property, which means that in my HTML I'm able to use that property and to pass a specific property from my summary page. And the property here is this country to search, because we will store that data, well, the search term in this property, which means that at the end I will do have my country in my country chart, and on ng on changes I can always check for those changes and always just get the latest country. So what we will do in the next video is use this country that we passed through multiple components, well, this search term, and pass it to our API. Based on that search term, this country, we will be able to get the data for that specific country from our API, and we will get that data based on some dates as well. So for example, we will get all of the confirmed cases from January to December of the last year, for example. And all of those confirmed cases based on those days will be presented on our bar chart at the end. Which means that at the end our bars won't have too much space between those, maybe even none. But that is something that we will do in the next video. Now, once again, we will work with our API. The request that we had for now to get all of the country data and also summary data won't work here for this chart. The idea of this chart is to search for a specific country and render the data in a chart itself for that country based on days, on weeks, or a month. The request that we are currently using doesn't work like that. To find the exact route that we will need, well, I will go back into coronavirus COVID-19 API, and here we can simply click on this by country total. Here what we can see is that this route will return all the cases by case type for, well, any country. Which means that in this URL we can see that here we are searching for a total for a specific country, and in this example it is South Africa, and also we are able to pass a status of confirmed, which means that we will get all of the confirmed cases for South Africa, and we can see from specific date to specific date as well. This here means that we will be able to, well, return all of the confirmed cases from this date to this date here, and we will get all of those cases based on a day. So we will use this request, as that will give us, well, the data that we will need to use in our chart that we created. Now we can go back into our Visual Studio Code and find the service, our data service that we created, which is in a shared folder. Then services, open up data service. In this here we already have this get summary data, but now down below I will create a new method called get country data by date. Then here this method will accept two properties. First one will be the country that we wish to search for, which will be the type of string obviously, and also date itself, which will again be the type of string. We won't send a status here because we will hard code the status of confirmed, and we will just search for that one. Now inside of my method I wish to return here something from my this.http client.get method. Well, similar thing that we used here in get summary data. To this get method I could pass a string, but here I will use backticks as I wish to put some placeholders and also bind this country and the date directly here. So the route that I will go to is https then api.covid19api.com, and there we can use /total because we wish to get total, then a country. After the country, here we can directly use the country. For example, we can just use our country, the property. So basically if we find a country based on, for example, my Serbia, then the Serbia will be the text here. Then after the country, again use / to pass a status. The status will be confirmed. And the last one, we need to pass a param, so use question mark here and property bind the param here, which will be our date, well, that from and to. Now here what you can see is this URL is pretty much the same as this part of the URL. Very often we would store those in our environment. To find the environment variables, go after assets, you will have environments folder, and there will be one file for environment and one file for production environment as well. Here I will for now, well, work with just this environment because this is the one that we will use on local side, while this is the one that needs to be used on production, and we will use that when we deploy our application later. But as this is a best practice, I will go back into my data service and just grab this piece of string, which is https://api.covid19api.com, go into my environment, and here I will create property called API URL and set it equal to the string, well, the string that I just copied. As this here will be the same URL in our production, I can just pass the same property in my environment.prod.ts file, which is API URL, and the string will be the same. This here means that in my data.service, I can now create the property called API URL and set it equal to my environment. Be sure just to import the environment here at the top. You need to import your local environment, which is just environment.ts, and later when you build your application will immediately know to use this production environment, so you don't need to worry about that. But now, to store my API URL in this data.service, I will use my environment, then .api URL that I used, which now means that I can now use this API URL instead of all of these, well, strings here, instead of this here. Let me just here use backticks, because I need to property bind something inside, which is my this.api URL. and also here in my get country data by date as well, and we are good to go. Well, I need to use this.url, this.api URL. Now from here on, we can go into our chart component that we created. So for that, go into your summary, components, and find your country chart component. You can open up the TypeScript file of it. Inside of this component, first of all, we need to import our data service. So why? Well, because in our data service, we just created this get country data by date method, and we need to use it in our country chart component. So here in my constructor, I will use private property of data service and set it service, and set the type of it to be data service. And that also needs to be imported here at the top. Now in our code, we are able to use our data service. What I will do is after this ng changes, I will create a method called get country data, and this method will ask my service to return that data back to me. So here I can use this data service, then get country data by date, and here we can now pass our country and also the date itself. So what will I do here is, we already are storing our country here. By default it will be India, but we are also storing the country from our search term. So we can just pass this country right here, and I will use comma to pass my date. As we don't have option to input the date, I will just hard code a string of a date here, which will measure the date from 1st March of 2020 to the 1st January of 2022. Here for January, I will need to use 01. Now that I have this country and a date passed, and I'm using HTTP client in my data service, yes, we are using HTTP client, which means that this here will return the observable to us, so we can subscribe to it, and we can get some response back. So response will be the type of any, and here I can just simply console.log, I will log my response and the property of response that I will get back. With this method created, we need to call it somewhere. We can call it on our ng-on-init, but the best place to call it is on our ng-on-changes, whenever the change happens, which will mostly be for our country that was searched. So here what I can do, instead of this console log, I can just use this get country data, and that is pretty much it. So what I can do here is search for Serbia, and there is 733 entities here, different objects. So why 733? Well, each of those will be just for Serbia, and one of those presents one day. So if I would open up the first one for Serbia is 22nd January of 2020. For the cases, there is 0, there is not much of those. But if I would scroll down a bit, open up this last array, let's open up this date, which is 11th January of 2022, this is the amount of cases which was up until this day, which was more than 1 million obviously. So now that we have all of this data by a day, we can present that in our chart here. As the only thing left for us to do here is to pass our data into this chart, we will do that in this video. First of all, let's open up our chart component. So go into summary components, country chart, and open up the TypeScript file of it. Here what I can do is just remove the current data that I have. So this part here, right? And also let's remove these labels as well. For the data, it will be just the empty array. And while I'm there, I just wish to mention that this part of undefined, next to our data we can pass the label that will go into this legend. So next to the data, use comma and pass label, which can be confirmed cases, and that's it. Now we should see this text instead of that undefined, but let's now talk about our data. We don't have any data or any labels for our bar charts. What I can do now in my method that I'm getting that country data, we will store all of those, we'll pass all of those to our bar chart. So here, for example, I will use this bar chart data, then we need to use first item because this is the array, you can see it here. So here, use first item of 0 by index, then on it we will have property of data, which is our property here, currently an empty array, and we can here set it equal to something. Here what I wish to do is get my response from from this get country data by date, right? And on this response we already know that we will get that array of days. So here I can use map to map that through. Each of those arrays will be, it will store objects. So here I will have different objects, which can be the type of any, and let's do something with these objects. Well, I could use also one line command here. So here I will get my object, so each of those, right? And I will just return the name of the property from that object, which will be cases, that number that we need. And that is pretty much it. So for each of our days, for each of our objects that we have in our response array, we will just get that one property, which is called cases, and we will store it back in our data. So our data will at the end just hold array of different numbers basically. But now what about those labels? So here I can use this .bar chart labels, and I can set it equal to, let's do it once again. So response dot map here, again use object, which is the type of any, and here again in one line we can go to our object and search the property with the name of date. So why date? So basically each of our labels should present to what that data entry is all about, and it is about dates, right? Also here what I will do is just use substring, and I will substring this to only 10 characters, so use from 0 to 10, and that's pretty much it. Why 10 characters? Because, well, the date is quite long, right? So we will just grab the 10 characters out of it, and that will be good enough for us. Now in my summary page, well, we have quite a different, I would say, bar chart here. These are still bars, right? But here we can see different, presentation of those. Also down below, we have labels of dates, and the chart itself is quite smart enough to not present date by each day, but it will also update those to couple of days and so on, so we can present all of those labels here. But the data itself, well, there is more than 700 entries, and we can see when we hover over those how many cases were stored, well, for each day, not for each day but overall day by day, right? So here if I would search for Serbia and click search, chart itself should update itself. We can see different presentation for Serbia, right? Then let's search for USA. Here it is, right? Let's search for Brazil. Search. Here it is. The chart itself, when we pass the data, will obviously automatically refresh itself and offer us this different presentation, and it will have this nice animation when we search for a specific country. But now with this here we are fully finished with this summary page. Next to that we finished up our by country page, so the last thing here is our live page. And this here will look quite differently from other pages, so let's work on that. I already mentioned that the live page will be a bit different page. So before we work on the page itself, let's first of all see what we will do on this page. Well, you see on our summary we already worked with this ChartJS library, and I wish to use again some kind of charts for my live page. ChartJS has quite a nice module that we can use to, store and also show the data based on a map. So we could render some big map here and also see all of the countries and data for each of those countries. But currently, ChartJS, its geo module, it's not so compatible with the latest Angular version. So here we will need to do something differently. Next to the ChartJS, there is these HighCharts, which are very and highly used. In the demos of these HighCharts, we can see different maps, for example, that we can use. One of those maps, will be this overview that we will use in our application. We will be able to go around different, places, zoom in on those, see the data for each of those, and move around as we wish. And what is good about these HighCharts, similarly to ChartJS, HighCharts will also have their own Angular module. And this module here will serve us as a wrapper for Angular, and we will be able to install it and use this particular, example for our application. So when we use this example, we will be able to pass the data to it and also render the data for each of the countries. So it is similar example to ChartJS, but it is totally different module. So we will need a bit differently to use it as well. If you wish to know more about the HighCharts, you can visit HighCharts.com and you will be able to see all of their own products and also their own demos here. As I guess you are a developer, here you can find their own documentation, references and much more, but each of their own examples will come in different themes, different templates. So for example, as you saw, just for a map itself, you have all of those maps. Also, you can show those in different themes as well. Let's use this dark Unica. It is quite different than a light one, and so on and so on. So you have different options here, and it is up to you which one you wish to use. But as I already mentioned, we will use this overview to set up our live page, this page here. So inside of this page, we should just see that overview map with all of the data. So enough talking about this, let's go into the next video and install HighCharts. Now you saw the HighCharts library that we will work with, and we will use that library for this live page. So in this video we will first of all install all of the dependencies and everything that we need for that HighCharts. First of all, for the HighCharts we will need, multiple dependencies. So what I can do here is basically use npm install to install multiple dependencies. So here first of all I wish to install HighCharts, the global dependencies, the global dependency from the HighChart module that we can install. Then we also need to install that specific module, that wrapper for the Angular. So next to these HighCharts, use HighCharts-Angular. And lastly, I will install, HighChart collection for a map itself. So we could get some default data for a map, so we could use some dummy example and see how that map can work. So here use @HighCharts and /map-collection. And that is pretty much it. Hit enter and wait for this to install. Now what we can do is open up our package.json and see if our HighCharts were correctly installed. Inside of this package.json, I can see my HighCharts here, then HighCharts Angular module as well, and also at HighCharts/map-collection as well. So all of those three dependencies were correctly installed. Now next to this installation, we are still not able to use HighCharts. All of the modules that you install and you wish to use in Angular, you must import it into corresponding, module itself. Which means that I can open up my source and this live module that we have, open up live.module.ts file. In this file, in my imports array, what I can do is import HighCharts, I mistyped, HighCharts, and don't import HighCharts component, but HighCharts chart module here. This module must be imported from HighCharts-Angular. So with this import here, we will be able to use HighCharts in our live module, in our components of our live module, which we will do in the next video. Now that we have our HighCharts installed, we can simply use those. As I wish to use my HighCharts in live component, live page component, I will open up the TypeScript file of it here. In this file, first of all, at the top, I will import everything, and to import everything you must use this star sign, so I will import everything as HighCharts, and I will import that from, and here in a string use the path to the HighCharts/HighMaps. And that's it. So with this import here, we will be able to use our HighCharts and to present the data in a map itself. For this video I will work with some dummy data, so you could see at least the map on our screen and how the setup should look. As you already know, if I open up my package.json, in this file I already have this map collection, and that map collection will hold some dummy data for us. So what we can do here is import everything as world map, which is the map of the world basically, from, and use a proper path here. The path itself will be at HighCharts/map collection/custom folder for the custom geolocations, and in this custom folder we will be able to use world.geo.json. Currently you will have an error here, which basically means that we are importing a JSON file into our TypeScript, and TypeScript is a bit strict about it, but don't worry, it is easy to fix this error. As we are directly importing our JSON data into TypeScript, we will need to tell TypeScript to accept such an import, and you can remove this configuration a bit later when we work with the real data. But for now, go down below here and find your file for tsconfig.json, and in this file, wherever you wish, make sure to pass resolve JSON module and set it equal to true. And that is it. By this here, you will now be able to import JSON data directly in TypeScript, and you can see that in my live page.component.ts file, I don't have that error anymore. Now, without that error, we can set up some dummy data, our HighCharts, and also different options. So here, just below my constructor, I will create HighCharts property, and I will set the type of to be HighCharts, which are the HighCharts here from HighCharts library. Next to that, we will need to set it equal to HighCharts as well. And now this property will hold the HighCharts from the library, which we will be able to use. Next to that, we will need to create some kind of constructor for our chart. So I will create here chart constructor, and I will set it equal to map chart. That way, when we pass this constructor, HighCharts will know to immediately create the map chart for us. And now about the options. So below, these options will be quite a long ones, but you will see why and how those will work. So here I will create chart options, and the chart options must have a type of HighCharts.options. This way we know that these chart options will use all of the properties from the options interface from HighCharts. So what we can do here is set this equal to a object. Also later in this video, if you would have an error here, well, it means that some of the options are not passed into these chart options. So what you can do here, you can either pass all of the options, or you can set or type here of any just to, well, pass by that error. The charts themselves will still work. So here, first option that we can have, we can see some of the options here, but first option that we can have is a chart option itself, and this chart option will be an object. So here we can pass different options, but I will use a map option, and this map option, map property, must use some kind of map itself. So here I will use world map, and this world map comes from our world.geo.json data. So this should work properly. Then next to that, use comma here and then title for our chart. Title can hold a text and some customization as well, but this text can be COVID-19 world data. Then next to a title, HighCharts will also support subtitle as well. So this subtitle can be, for example, well, it must again hold a text property which can be confirmed cases live. Now we can specify our, well, navigation for our map, because we will be able to zoom in, zoom out, and move around that map. So here we can use map navigation and set it to have multiple properties. First property should be enabled, and set this to a true to enable our navigation, and then we will have also button options to pass here. These button options will hold another properties. For example, we can align these options somewhere. So I can align these options to, for example, spacing box. This spacing box basically means that navigation, our buttons for our navigation will be visible in our box, our map itself. After this navigation, we will also be able to pass a legend. For example, the similar thing that we passed for our ChartJS that we did. This legend must be enabled, so use enabled property and set it equal to true. Then there are some other properties that you can pass, for example, color axis, but this one is not important that much. We can set the minimum to be 0, but the next property is quite important. Here we must present the series of our data. So what I can do here is create the series property and set it equal to an array, because the map itself, this HighCharts, will support multiple data streams. So for this series, we must declare first object, which is the first part of the data, and here we must set all of the customization for our HighCharts, which means that first of all we will set up the type of our chart to be map. Then we can set up the name of our chart to be COVID. So COVID like this, I mistyped again, 19 data. Then we can have, for example, some states for our series of data. So here present states, and this state will be, for example, hover state. When we hover over some specific country, I will do a different color here. So color, so when we hover over, we can see different color for that country. The color can be DC3545. Then we can also have data labels. So here what we can do for these labels, we will first of all need to enable those. So use enabled here and set it to true. Then also we can use format of the data. So we can format our data here. So make sure to use curly braces, one set of curly braces here, and use point.name here, which means that here we will have a point to a specific country and we will use the name of that country. Then next to these data labels, we can, for example, pass all areas, which means that should we present all of the areas for a specific country, we don't need to do that because that is quite complex, so we can use false here. And the last thing that we need to pass here is finally our data. The data itself must be array because each series of data will also support multiple data inside. Now for this data here, I will simply copy and paste some of the data. It will be quite a long list, but don't worry, you can find this in the resources of the project itself. And also you don't need to worry about this data because we will in the next video replace those with the real data. So here I will just simply paste my data. And if I scroll here to the top, you can see how the data will look. Let me also just grab the data like this to indent those a bit better. Yeah. So what does this mean basically? Why 2 letters and then a number? Well, 2 letters at the beginning will present the name of the country. So FR stands for France, and here 6 is just the dummy data that we can present. So basically on our map, when we hover over the France, there should be the value of 6 over those. And this here should be pretty much it about our data and the setup for the HighCharts. You can see that that is quite much more complex than a ChartJS, but because we are using a map chart here and there is quite a lot of options for the map itself. But still we are not presenting this data on our live page. Let's finish up with that and test this. So in the HTML, first of all here, I will create the div with classes of row from Bootstrap and MT5 for margin top 5. Then here inside I will create another div with the class of call for a column. It will have, well, we will have here just one column to present the whole chart inside. So inside of this column, because we installed our HighCharts modules correctly, we will also be able to use specific component here, which is HighCharts -chart. This component, you can see that we don't have an error here because this component exists in that HighCharts module for Angular. What we can do here is just pass multiple properties, well, attributes. First of all, I will set the ID of it to be a container, because this here will be a container or a wrapper for our chart. Inside now we can, well, property bind some of the values. For example, first of all, our HighCharts. So here we need to pass our HighCharts that we imported, and that's it. Next, we will have to use this chart constructor, and to use that chart constructor we will need to bind it to a constructor type. So use that chart constructor inside, which will specify the type, which is a map chart. And finally, we need to pass these charts options. So here, property bind options and use those chart options. So this container will now know what to present, which will be our HighCharts, which type to present, which will be a map, with specific options, which will also hold our data. And lastly, what I will do is just use some style attribute here with the properties of width set to 100%. Then I will display this as a block. And finally, I will use a margin top to 100 pixel. And let's now go into our, well, local host to double check this. And voila, we do have our COVID-19 world data. There is also a subtitle of confirmed cases. We do have our options to zoom in and zoom out. We can also zoom in, zoom out with our mouse, move around, and we see all of the countries here. For example, let's find that France. Hover over the France, we can see that France indeed holds the value of 6, and the legend for it is COVID-19 data. So you can go around through this world map and see all of the countries, which is quite nice, to be honest. Next to that, you can see this hover color that is red color, and we specify the state of the hover to hold a different color. Also, you can see that the chart itself is quite narrow. Well, there is not much height to it, but you can customize that as you wish. For this example, it is quite good enough. One thing that you can see here is this at the bottom that will present, well, the values from the 0 to 300. So if I hover over the Russia, there is a value of 71. On that bottom, well, line, that bar, you will see the caret, which will present kind of where our current number is, and it is at the number 71, just before our 100. So when I hover over, we can see that also that caret will move around based on a country, based on a data. But this is enough for this video. It was quite a longer video, but you saw how can you set up your HighCharts very easily in Angular application. Now, let's make sure to pass the real data into this live page and render that real data inside of these HighCharts. So when we hover over the Russia, we would see the real number of confirmed cases and not this dummy number of 71. So the only thing left here is to pass the real data into this map and to render that real data instead of this dummy data. First of all, let me explain to you how this will work. In our code, we can find in our shared module our data service, and in this service we will get the summary of the data. This summary route will return the global summary to us, but also the summary for each of the countries. As that summary for each of the countries will always hold the latest number of confirmed cases, that number is also the live number for our data. So we can basically reuse this same method to get the data in our live page. Next to that, open up your live components and then live page TypeScript file. In this file, you can see that the format of data is not the, well, the same format that we are getting from our COVID data API. So what we will need to do here is also to format our data from our API to be, each of those countries should be the array of their own characters. For example, for France, there will be FR, and then the next value will be the number of confirmed cases. So when we have the right format, we can just update this data to use that updated format with the real data and not this dummy data. So now in this live page, here at the top in my constructor, I can first of all import my data service to use that call to an API. So here I will use private property of data service and set the type of it to be my own data service that I have. And that's it. Somehow my data service didn't auto import, but here at the top I will use import data service. Let me use that correctly. Service, and I will import that from, and here I will use the string to my data service. So I will need to go to a source, then app, then shared module, then services, and finally my data.service file. Next to the import of this data service, we will need to create one property to store the data from our API. So here I will create the property of live data, like this, and the type of this data will be any array, where, well, because we will get all of the countries, which is the array basically of all the countries. And initially this live data will be equal just to an empty array, because we won't have any data. Now to get my data when I visit my live page, I can go into my ngOnInit method, so I will need to scroll down past by this data. Here in my ngOnInit, what I can do is simply use my this.dataService.getSummaryData method here. This summary data method, we already know that it will return the observable back to us, so we can simply use subscribe on it. This subscribe will return some data back to us, which will be the type of any. And when we have this data, what we can do simply is just console.log data inside, so data, and then this data property, so we could see what we are getting back, and so we could also see how can we format our data here. Next to that, if we are not getting this data back, we can use simply comma here, and down below use error, which will be the type of any, because we don't really know what kind of error the API will return back to us, but usually you will have your own error customized on the API, and here you will have a proper type of these errors. When you get the error back, what we can do is just console.log error, so if error happens, we can also debug it and see why error happened. Now on my live page, if I would refresh my page, here what I can see, well, I do have my data, and we do have these countries. So open up these countries, open up any of the countries. Let's say the country with number 6, it is Argentina. So we can see the country code here, which is AR. Basically we can use this code. And next to that, we can see total confirmed cases. So out of this Argentina, we can create the array where the first item in the array will be the country code and the second item will be total confirmed. When we do all of that for all of the basically countries, we can just present those in our screen in this map. So let's get our live data here. Inside of this data, I can now use this live data property that I created, and I can set it equal to something. I will set it equal to the data that I'm getting back, and on this data we will have that countries property, which is the array of all countries, which you just saw. So countries property, and as it is the array, we are able to use array methods on it. One of the array methods that we can use is called map. This map array method will map through the whole array and return the array back of the data that we wish. So it will basically reconstruct the array and save that new constructor of the array inside of this live data. So this map, as we are looping through all of the arrays, we will, for each of those loops, we will get a specific country, and this country will hold the type of any. So now when we have all of this, we don't need to use this in multiple lines, we can use this just in one line of code. So when I'm mapping through my array of data, I wish to return the array back with the two items inside. First item will be my country, then my country code, which you saw a bit earlier, and on this country code, you know that all of our country code are just, well, lowercase. So just make sure to also here on this country code use two lowercase like this, so you don't have any errors related to the HighCharts map. And this here will be the first item for our array, for our data. For example, like this NP, basically in this case. Right after this, here we need to pass that confirmed, well, total confirmed cases. So what we can do is just use country again, and on it now we will have total confirmed property, which will hold that number of cases. And that is pretty much it. Here we will have our live data presented. So now that we have our live data, what we can do basically is pass that live data into our data. I will still keep this dummy data, so we could still render this map on a screen with some of the data, but now let's update our data with the live data. So here I will use this .chart options. Then on this chart options we will enter into our series. Then we will go into the first series. Why? Well, when you go into the series on the options, you know that it is the array. So we will go into this first object of the array. So we are entering the first object, and then we are using data here. So when we have that data, we will basically just pass a new data here. So use this live data, and that's pretty much it. Now what we need to do is also, well, we need to redraw our map on our screen with this new data, not the dummy data that we have. So to redraw our map chart, right after these options, we can use this HighCharts, which you know, this here will present our chart on the screen. This is a global wrapper, and on it we will have an option to call of map chart. You already see this autocomplete here. This map chart will draw or redraw the map on a screen. And here we will need to pass two values. First value will be the ID of our container, and when you visit your own live page HTML file, well, we do have our container as the ID. So inside of the string I can pass container. Let me properly type this, container, yep. And the second value will be just my options. So use this chart options. So when I update this chart options to use new data, here I can also redraw my map chart with those new options. Save this and go into your local host to check this. In my local host, here it is. We do have our data on our screen. First of all, we can see that the numbers below are changed. We can see that now it will go from 0 to 75 millions. Then you can see that the higher the number goes, the blue color will be darker, which means that the United States on this map had quite a lot of confirmed cases. So when I hover over the United States, well, they had about 74 millions. And you can see that the caret below on that bar is almost at the end. So when I start hovering over the different countries, we can see that the caret is as well moving around, right? But we can see for each of the countries its own number. So let's zoom in and go back to France, for example. Hover over it, we can see that the France had about 19 and more confirmed cases, 19 million confirmed cases, right? For my own country, I can zoom in here, Republic of Serbia. For my own country, there was more than 1 million cases, well, confirmed cases. So play around a bit. You can move around, you can zoom in, zoom out, use it as you wish. You can also restruct this whole map to show maybe a different map that you saw from earlier examples, and also draw it better on the screen, because for now it is maybe even narrow. But with this here on our live page, we are pretty much finished with our whole COVID-19 Application. Next to our live page, we also developed our summary page with the data inside, and also next to that we developed our by country page with the data inside as well. So there is just one more thing to finish up this whole course. In the next video we will work with the Firebase to deploy our whole COVID tracker application into a Firebase hosting, so you could have your own application on a live hosting as well. Now, as we have the whole application fully well developed, we can focus on deployment now. To deploy our application, I will do that on Firebase. So in this video, I will present the Firebase to you. You will also see how can you create a project on Firebase, connect that project to our application, and also deploy our application to the project itself on Firebase to Firebase hosting. So that way, by the end of this video, you will have your own COVID-19 COVID tracker application visible on live hosting that we will have. First of all, Firebase is one of the Google products, and by using the Firebase, we as developers will be able to use many different features that Firebase offers to us. We can use features specifically to database, real-time database, we can handle our hostings, deployments, and much more. Next to that, Firebase is quite advanced now, and with it we can now also deploy some backend functions without even having a backend applications. We can also create some machine learning projects, and well, obviously the Firebase is highly accessible to all of us, and it is also a free product. Next to that, we can also use versions that are paid ones, but we will focus on a free version here because our project doesn't require anything more. Now, before you start with this tutorial, with this video, before we start with this deployment, make sure to sign in to Google account and create your own Firebase account as well. That way you will be able to create a new project on Firebase and host this application on Firebase. Now, once you created your account on Firebase, you will probably be redirected to this console of Firebase. In this main dashboard, this console, you will be able to create new projects and also access one of your projects that you already have. For us here, we will create the new project. So here you have this add a project. Don't go into this demo project. We won't focus on that. We will add a new project. And here now we can create our project. First of all, we need to pass a project name. So here I will use the name of COVID Tracker App. And you can see that it will also generate this highly unique selector for the application, so for this project, so that way this will be the only COVID tracker app on Firebase. So we can just continue here. Here you can enable analytics. We don't work with analytics in this project, so we can just disable those, and simply we can create now our project. This will take some, it can take a few minutes to run, but once it is finished, you should be redirected inside of your project. Okay, so it won't redirect us automatically, but we need to click on this continue button. And once everything is finished, we should be redirected into our COVID tracker app. Inside of this app, you are currently on project overview. Here you can see how can you set up your application with iOS devices, Android devices, web, or even Unity if you are creating some kind of a game. And on the left side, you should have this sidebar with all these cool features that Firebase supports. So for example, we can do some authentication with our Firebase. We could have some Firestore database, which is just normal database. We can have a real-time database as well. There is also the storage that we could use to storage our images and so on. The hosting as well. This hosting is important for us. There are functions that we can deploy and use those directly on a server, and also machine learning that I already mentioned. Next to that, Firebase also supports a bunch of other stuff like everything that we need to release and monitor our application, maybe also the analytics that you can track with Google Analytics and handle as well, and also other stuff for user testing for example, A/B tests, predictions, and much more things. But as I said, we will focus on this hosting, so going to this hosting page. Now, before we do anything with hosting, we will first of all build our Angular application. As you know, Angular uses TypeScript, and if you wish to deploy TypeScript, server won't know how to read the TypeScript. So that is why we need to compile our TypeScript code into JavaScript code, and that is why Angular is JavaScript framework. So here we will need to build our Angular application. To build your own Angular application, run command of ng build and also use command of --prod. By passing this prod flag, Angular will know to build our application for production. Hit enter, and if there is any errors, we will fix those right now. If there is no errors, then everything should work correctly. Okay, apparently I knew that there will be an error, and error on my side represents that the bundle itself that needs to be built exceeded the maximum budget of the bundle, which means that I'm expecting a bundle not to be bigger than 1 megabyte, but somehow I'm getting 1.71. As this 1.71 is still too low, I can just, change my budget in Angular configuration and we should be able to build our application. I will go in my Visual Studio Code to quickly fix this. Open up your angular.json file if you have same or similar error. Here is the budgets. So basically go into configurations, and for production you will have option of budgets. Here you can change your budget. For example, I will set maximum warning to be 4 megabytes and the maximum error to be 5 megabytes, which means that I will get the warning that when my budget is almost at the 4 megabytes, and I will get the error that I'm currently getting when my budget is exceeded 5 megabytes. Now I can just save this file and build my application once again. So in my terminal, I will first of all clear my terminal and I will run the same command, which is ng build --prod. Also, this prod flag is already deprecated as you can see here, but that is not a problem. You can still pass this prod, or you can simply run ng build and it will automatically configure your build for production environment. So now there is no errors at all, which means that our build passed. We can go into our Visual Studio Code to check that. In my Visual Studio Code, I will close this angular.json, and next to these files and folders, you should have this dist folder now as well, which should also have the folder inside called COVID Tracker app, which will hold all of our assets, for example, our logo, and also other files as well, with all of the JavaScript files, which are TypeScript files, compiled into those. As we have our Angular application built, we can now create our, prepare our hosting on Firebase. Now back into Firebase, my COVID Tracker app project. Here I will click on this button, get started with hosting. So click on that. You should be redirected to this setup Firebase hosting, which is just 3 simple steps. You can follow up with those steps, or you can follow up with me as well. That's not a problem. First step is to install the Firebase CLI globally on our machine. So I will just copy this command and go back into my terminal. In my terminal here, I will clear my terminal once again so you could see everything as it should. And here I will run command of npm install -g for globally and Firebase tools. This way we will install Firebase with its own tools globally on our machine, so we can work directly with Firebase from our machine. Once this installation is finished, I will clear my terminal once again, and now you should make sure to run Firebase login method. You should be able to run this method, this command, because you installed Firebase tools. I won't run this method because I'm already logged in with Firebase on my machine locally, but you should definitely run it if you just installed Firebase tools on your machine. This command will redirect you to your own browser where you can log in your local machine with your own profile on Firebase, and that way you will be able to access all of your projects on that account that you have. So make sure to run this Firebase login, and the next step that we will do, we will initialize the Firebase in our COVID Tracker application. We currently have project on Firebase. We currently are setting up the hosting on that project, so we should also connect our COVID Tracker application with that hosting. So here, let's initialize the Firebase. For that, make sure to use Firebase init method to initialize that. Once you use Firebase init, it will ask you a couple of questions. First of all, it will ask you, are you ready to proceed? So go yes here, and there are a couple of things that we need to specify here. Down below, we are able to select few different features from Firebase. For example, this real-time database. Then we will have also option to specify Firestore, functions, and hosting. Next to hosting, there will be other stuff like storage, emulators, and much more stuff, but we will focus on this hosting and make sure to select the hosting where we are configuring our files for well, Firebase hosting itself with these GitHub actions to be optional. That way, because we are currently not having that GitHub, we will be able to still host our application there even though we are not having the GitHub repo. I will hit space here to select this hosting and hit enter for the next question. Here we will need to select the different options. Should we use the existing project, create a new project, and so on. I will use an existing project because we just created our COVID tracker application. So select that here as well. Now you will have the list of your projects here. What I will do is go to my COVID tracker app, which is my first here. So hit enter there. And now this is important. Here we must specify the public directory for our Firebase hosting. Public directory presents that build application, which is that dist/covid tracker app. So be sure to pass this like this. Otherwise, if you mistype something here, don't worry, you can change that later in Firebase configuration file that you will get. So hit enter here. Next question is, should we configure our application to work as a single page application? Obviously, yes, because Angular is a single page application framework. Hit enter. Now we have this question, do we wish to kinda set up automatic builds and deploys from GitHub? Obviously no here. That is why we selected this optional GitHub option. And finally, we have this question because we already have this index.html file in our dist/covid tracker app/index.html. We have it because we already built our application. So what you do here, you should select no to not override this file. And that should be pretty much it because Firebase was initialized fully. If you wish to check and change something from Firebase, you will have two new files in your project. First of all, there is this firebase.json file. There we specified our public directory, so you can change that path. Currently it is dist/covid tracker app, which is correct path for me here. You can select your own path here. And there are some other options that you can do as well. Next to that, there is this .firebase file that will select, specific project, default project. And for us, the project is our own COVID tracker app. Now with this here, our project knows about our application. So we can simply deploy our application here. To deploy your application to Firebase now, I will clear my terminal once again, and we can simply use Firebase deploy method here, which will grab all of our dist files and it will deploy it directly into our hosting. You can see that it currently tries to deploy to COVID tracker app. So just wait for it, and if there is any errors, we will fix those. But obviously, deploy was completed fully. You will get your own hosting URL that you can visit to check your application, or you can go to hosting on Firebase, which I will do. In my Firebase hosting now, I still see this screen because this screen doesn't know that we already set up our application. I can just go X here, and let's refresh our COVID tracker hosting page. Now, when the page is refreshed, we will see different hosting here. Here what we can see is that we have our COVID tracker app live and running, and we can see that 0 files were deployed. Don't worry, it can take some time for Firebase to accept those files. From time to time, you can just refresh your page until these files are not 0. Now I can see 16 of those. So to test your application, you can visit either of these domains. I will go to the first one, and voila, we have our COVID tracker application live on hosting. Our summary page works. Let's search for specific data to test that. Serbia, here it is, everything was updated. Let's go into by country, here it is, every data is here. Let's search for a specific country like Armenia, click search, here it is, this search works as well. And finally, let's visit our live page. Well, our map is here as well, which is definitely great. I can go around, search for specific data, I can see that everything is here. So my COVID tracker application works on my hosting, and that is great. One final thing is now what you can do is add your custom domain. This is also straightforward. I won't add that here because this is still good enough. This is just the portfolio application. But what you can do, if you have some custom domain, you can click on this button and set up your custom domain to use this hosting from Firebase. And you are good to go. And this should be pretty much it, guys, about this COVID tracker application. What I would like to do is just to go into the next video where we will recap what we learned through this course, see some of the features that we built, how we built those, and also to tell you a proper thank you and goodbye. So let's do that. So that is pretty much it. If you stuck to the end of this course, you actually have your own COVID-19 tracker application. You should also have it built and deployed to Firebase hosting. So by that you can actually use this application for your own portfolio, because it can really help you in your career. Now, I would honestly like to thank you for watching this course, tutorial. And before you go, be sure to click like and subscribe, because I'm posting a new content weekly. Also, be sure to click that notification bell icon so you can get notified whenever I post a new tutorial like this. Thank you once again, and bye bye.